that could have done what he did over the last.
But who was it you had to? Who was it he interviewed with yesterday? You outside of
Ravens
Tampa?
yesterday.
Yeah, Ravens yesterday, Tampa today. So clearly Todd Monken's better thought of than I thought.
Well, I mean, is he really? Because the Buccaneers, I mean, that is a disaster of an offense if Tom Brady is indeed moving on and going to the 49ers or anywhere else. I mean, is it Kyle Trask? Is that what you're about to do in Tampa? You're going to go free agent quarterback? And if you are, who's that going to be? Is it going to be David Carr? I mean, I would like Carr. I wanted Jimmy G at one point. I guess Jimmy G's available too. But there'll be a lot of people fighting for those two guys.
I mean, Georgia and Alabama scored the exact same amount of points per game this year. Georgia scored more points, but they played 2 more games, but 41.1. Exact. So, I mean, that's number 4 in the nation. And I look back last year, Georgia was 9th in the nation at 38.6 points per game.
By the way, Georgia's not going to lose a game scoring 41 points per game.
They shouldn't. And they were 38.6 last year. They shouldn't lose one scoring 38.6 either.
Bob gives a lot of credit to Monken and his OC play calling over there. All right, final thoughts on Alabama and Vandy as we get ready for that basketball game tonight. What do you want to see from Alabama tonight? Not a play, not a pick.
No.
But what do you want to see from Alabama tonight?
Effort, defense. You didn't see it in Norman. I mean, Oklahoma made them look bad, made them look pedestrian, scoring 92 points, a season high. So you want to see them come out with energy and defense early on. And this is one of those teams you bury in the first half and give them no chance of survival in the second half.
What do you want to see from Alabama?
I want to see them shoot a little bit better from beyond the arc. Don't you think that's kind of the concern for Alabama over the last few games? They did make 10 threes on the road at Missouri, 10 out of 35, but they've been in single-digit three-pointers made of late. I think you'd like to see that pick up a little bit. Vandy doesn't have great defense, so you would think you could do that. The last time, in fact, Alabama played Vanderbilt, although it was a road game in a tough shooting environment, Alabama only shot 8 of 30 from beyond the arc. I just think if you're Nate Oates, you want to see that three-point percentage increase just a little bit.
Everyone using the word grit over there. A couple of posts in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room saying, want to see some grit tonight. Something you may have not seen Saturday in the loss at Oklahoma. It'll be interesting. I'm sort of with LT Brown. I think Alabama wins any game when they shoot well, right?
Yeah.
So if they shoot average, but show me some elite defense, and I think that's a better sign about this team down the stretch than what you saw.
I think the offense is going to take care of itself. To me, if Alabama really wants to make a run to Houston and get to its first ever Final Four, it's going to be on the defense.
Yeah.
Yep.
20 made threes against LSU in that home game, and they've only made double-digit threes once since. So I guess that's what I'm saying, but I see what you guys are saying. You're right.
Texas A&M, Arkansas tonight, Kansas State and Kansas as well, so a pretty big basketball night. And then tomorrow as well, we will come in and do a little bit of the National Signing Day and react to this Big 12 schedule that is dropping in just a few seconds. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. Remember to give us a thumbs up wherever you watch us, including on YouTube right now. We've got a new Jelly Walker interview that's out. We've got a new Mystery Fifth Hour that's out, a new Bama and Bourbon that'll be out a little bit later on this week. We're about to record that here in just a second with our buddy Aaron Suttles. He'll have the very latest on the offensive and defensive coordinator conversation going on in Tuscaloosa. All that on the platform here at Double Down Media. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Oh, that's weird.
We're ordering.
That would be an interesting poll question.
What a
I
weird
think
discussion.
me and Dunaway would have a landslide win there.
We are ordering off of different menus, Brown.
God, that is a weird stance you two have.
Here we go as we start the show live now on a Wednesday, a Tom Brady Wednesday.
He hates Sean Payton, by the way.
Tom
He
Brady
hates
does?
Alabama basketball. He hates National Signing Day.
A get-right game for Alabama basketball, National Signing Day. Auburn's in action tonight. We'll get to all of it. By law, I think we have to start with Tom Brady. I'm not sure.
Is there a law on this, Jim?
I
don't
think there
know.
is.
Tom Brady announces his retirement today. I am the Buccaneer fan. We don't have a Patriot fan on the show. So I will tell you, and you guys remember this, I was ready for this to happen last year. Let's move on, change the page.
Yeah,
He
you
came
did say
back,
that.
and I was
Yep.
like, okay, let's roll one more time. He looked old all year long, and I told this to Brown a couple times during the season. I thought he was short-arming the ball, avoiding contact, playing not to get hurt, not standing in the pocket, taking hits.
No, you've been consistent.
Just to
Yep.
keep from being hurt and him going out on the stretcher. This year was a bad look for Tom Brady. The other 2 years in Tampa were fantastic for Tom Brady. I'm glad he's going out like this to where he doesn't wear another uniform, a third uniform.
Yeah, look, I think it's good for Tom Brady. You know, we discussed the possibility of him possibly being in San Francisco next season, and I don't know what it is about February 1st. He made the announcement last February 1st. He makes it again today. Look, you can't even argue the fact that with 7 Super Bowl rings,
Good morning, guys.
this is the greatest quarterback in NFL history. But he was a shell of himself, and that's why yesterday when we talked about San Francisco, I thought even Derek Carr was a better option.
You did say that. You had Derek Carr number 1 in front of Tom Brady, which surprised me a little bit. I mean, there's no doubt his legacy is set. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever going to think of him as anything other than the greatest quarterback ever to have played the game, one of the greatest players ever to have played the game, one of the greatest stories in NFL history, the most accomplished player in NFL history. I mean, he's got a lot of the most or the best in front of his name. So, I mean, there's nothing that I think that can tarnish that legacy, right now. But chasing championships in a bunch of different uniforms would start to tarnish it a little bit.
The fact that he won one helped a little
That's
bit.
right. Yeah, he didn't just wear a uniform chasing a championship. He actually won the championship.
And if he'd walked out after losing to the Rams, that comeback falling just a tad short, and last time he left the field, he left the game tied with a chance to go to overtime, and then the Rams win the thing against the defense on the end. I think that would have been a great way to retire this year, losing record, but still got the team to the playoffs. They lose first round, hang it up, and Tom Brady goes out. While we play Tom Brady's announcement, Rockstar, give me cut number 6 so you can see the emotion of the GOAT. I'm going to do what Landmine Believer is hinting at over here. I'm going to send, in my true Joel Klatt, Jim Dunaway rivalry fashion, I am going to send a tweet to Joel Klatt and say, can the Patriots really claim Tom Brady since he ended his career in Tampa?
Because I didn't watch the video, but I saw the tweet from Clay yesterday. Apparently he did a video saying, Ohio State fans, you cannot claim Joe Burrow. Alabama fans, you cannot claim Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Now, there is a little difference between those two.
No, but let's see what Klatt says.
All right.
This may end mine and Klatt's relationship of all time, but here's the GOAT, Tom Brady.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. Process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. Like, you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
Very emotional.
Yeah, that's
Two
nice
things,
and
though.
heartfelt. That's heartfelt.
2 things. Did not thank his coaches.
It was heartfelt. I mean, it seemed a little. There was an old movie back in my when I wanted to grow up to be a broadcaster days. I think it was called Network News, where the news anchor broadcast news. Was it broadcast news? Where he was able to make himself cry in emotional moments.
Those are fake tears.
Just to tear up.
I don't think it's that.
Felt a little bit like that at the end. He finally talked himself into an emotional moment.
Dunaway, I was getting a workout in this morning, and I had Get Up on, and Mike Greenberg goes, "Oh, I've just got something to here. We've got some major breaking news." And to me, that wasn't even major breaking news. Like when he rolled it out, I thought somebody had died.
Right.
So he rolls it out. They showed the video this morning, and the thing that jumped out, didn't thank the coaches. I thought that was a little weird.
Well, he played for several of them. Did he thank them in his letter last year? I don't remember the heartfelt goodbye letter.
Yeah, I don't really remember that.
I don't.
Where do you think he was, by the way?
I mean,
Dunaway slice of heaven, 38.
I don't know. No, I don't. There's not many high rises like that on 38. There were high rises behind him.
Yeah, I don't think he has that kind of beachfront in Tampa.
Think he's going to PC?
PCB, baby.
Is there a chance it was Lake Tuscaloosa and he's over there interviewing for the OC job?
He'd only be an analyst. He's never coached.
Oh, you've got the sweatshirt on. Maybe he's at the Bama today.
He could be at the Bama. Yeah, I'm repping the Bama. Boy, if he's at the Bama, do you think he'd clean that joint out?
Oh, gosh.
Okay, here's what I'm going to send Klatt.
Brady for 80.
Here's what I'm going to send Klatt, and you tell me if this will get a response.
All right.
I need to ask my friend at Joel Klatt if the Patriots can claim Tom Brady since he ended his career with my Buccaneers. Hashtag Jalen Hurts. Hashtag Bama made.
Okay.
Is that enough?
Yeah. All right. There you go.
So I understand Klatt's argument on Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow never
he didn't take a snap. Yeah.
I mean, Jalen Hurts, to me, it's almost two uniforms on that guy. With Tom Brady, I mean, look, as we get old and we start to forget things, I'm always going to remember Tom Brady, the Patriot.
I'm a Buccaneer fan. He's a Patriot.
Yeah, he's always going to be a Patriot. Now, as a Dolphins fan, I saw him play a ton of games, so I'm always going to remember him as a Patriot. Yeah. And I think you say it enough. And
he's a Patriot.
I can't tell you how little I care what you consider Jalen Hurts, Alabama or Oklahoma. Yeah. I really have. I don't care. I think Jalen Hurts gets to decide that. Whatever he wants to consider himself, I'm fine.
Yeah. And our poll question, I voted both, Oklahoma or Alabama or both. I mean, he's both.
Yeah.
He was a starting quarterback in both places.
I'm going to watch the Super Bowl whether he thinks he's Oklahoma or Alabama. It does not matter. And if they do the Jalen Hurts and he says his school, I don't care which one he says. He can say his high school for I really do not care. But when I think Tom Brady, I never think of him in a Buccaneers uniform. It's always going to be Tom Brady in a Patriots uniform, winning a big game in the snow. That's what I'm always going to think of him.
And I always remember Tom Brady being a Rams fan as 2 Super Bowls he cost us. One that cheated in, his first one, Super Bowl 36, and then in Super Bowl 53 where we scored 3 points.
Okay, wait.
That's just like
36 he cheated in? Is that the deflated balls?
Yeah.
Oh, it was after that, right?
No, it wasn't deflated balls. It was Spygate.
Spygate.
Yeah, it's when they had Mike Martz's offense. They went out and had a bunch of video of it.
Oh, maybe more people remember Tom Brady as just part of a cheating organization. That may be the way to go. Spygate, deflated balls. Yeah. Who knows what else Belichick was doing.
Hen wants, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, a dollar for every time I don't care about something. Do I not care about things like that?
You do say it a lot, but
well, I mean,
I'm not going to be the one to bring it up.
But
10, 3, 5, 4, 5 because it becomes a fight.
It's not a fight.
For a 100, that's pretty good that you don't care about that much and you're still 100. Maybe that's why you're 100.
Oh yeah, but the alternative is, and I don't think you guys want us doing the show this way, is that we pretend to care about things we don't care about. And I'm going to get all lathered up that Jalen Hurts, that somebody wants him to be Oklahoma or Alabama. I legitimately do not care, and I'm not going to pretend on this show like I care just because that's the way you do a show.
Yeah, I really don't care that Tom Brady retired.
I'm
glad I got to watch him for years.
They're making a big deal now. This is First Take, right? The Stephen A. Smith show. They're making a big deal because they've reunited Mike and the Mad Dog. Those shows, and I don't care about that, to be honest with you, but those shows make a living by everybody having a different point of view, so they yell at one another. We've just never done our show that way. So I try to be honest with you if I don't care about something.
I appreciate your honesty.
You really don't, but thank you for saying that.
Our friends at Slice are speaking honestly here. Brown cares about pizza. And
I do care about that, yes.
He does. How could you not care about Slice pizza? It's local pizza, local ingredients, created by our friends, the Bajalia brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris. They're still running it. They've got a new location that just opened in Crestline. So for everybody over in that Mountain Brook area, you're going to absolutely love it. The original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo. Don't forget, they've got that curbside family special. You can pick it up tonight. Help the family out. 12 fire-baked wings. You get a pan of the salad, any two of the specialty pizzas. Again, that Hot Mama, it's one of their newest inventions. The peppers, the salami, fresh mozzarella, basil, oregano, Mike's hot honey drizzle. It is fantastic. Margarita pizza, Bajaya's pizza. They've got a million specialty pizzas. Again, in my opinion, the best pizza out there. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Brown doesn't care about the alerts that pop up on my computer, but I've got one that says Rockstar is out tomorrow. Are you off on a tour again tomorrow?
I am on a.
What's next on our Black Jacket Symphony tour dates?
Pensacola tomorrow, Charleston Friday, and Johnson City, Tennessee Saturday.
Oh, wait a second. Those are not close by. I mean, Lexington and Knoxville were close. You're seeing all of the Rockstar dates up here on the screen. Rumors Tour 23, and we're almost to the second column. We're moving down, so we're in Pensacola, Johnson City.
Those are the rumor shows. We have a Pearl Jam show on Friday in Charleston.
Oh, wait a second. So you're having to mix it up?
Wow, that's going to get confused. Are you not confused by that?
Do y'all change buses?
No, it's the same band. We just got to make do with what we got. And we had rehearsal last Sunday when we got home. Sounds great.
What does our girl do during the?
She's going to be doing some rhythm guitar on the album because
I didn't know she played.
Yeah, I do not play guitar on the album version. We try to stay true to it where I don't play, and so she's going to be playing some rhythm.
So
cool.
So fake Stevie Nicks is going to be a band member of Pearl Jam.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Good.
That's pretty cool.
I like that.
I like the
that.
versatility.
Yeah.
But what I've noticed is what I was bringing up here, Pensacola to Charleston, that's not a short drive.
It's about an 8.5 hour drive.
Yeah. So y'all do that overnight, though, right? You'll
Yes,
sleep.
We will leave probably about 1 or 2 in the morning.
Yeesh.
Will you lead the sing-along like John Candy and Planes, Trains, and Automobiles?
I will be in my bunk asleep.
Or the better one's almost
some people
famous.
stay up.
You guys have a fight, and then somewhere between Savannah and Charleston, you start going.
No,
Tiny
you need
Dancer?
to get left at a house party where they've got to come pick you up. That seems like you.
Hey, will you, in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, when you find out, will you respond to Chris? He wants to know your venue in Metairie on the 14th. So,
Yeah, I'll look at it.
yeah. Just look that up and let him know in the chat room there. I'm assuming he wants to buy tickets.
Well, Chris, I don't want to be a smart aleck, but how many venues are in Metairie, Louisiana?
I mean, Metairie's pretty big.
I mean,
Well, it's right across the
relatively
water.
speaking,
Yeah.
yes.
Across the pond from New Orleans.
I mean, it's not L.A. I mean, it's not going like Staples Center, Hollywood Bowl.
It is the Jefferson Performing Arts Center.
There you go.
There you go. The Jefferson.
The J-Pack, man.
Yeah.
By the way,
what's capacity on that?
No clue. Never played it.
Chris, I apologize. I digress. I mean, if you've got a performing arts center, it's bigger than Alabaster, Alabama.
Easy. Oxford, Alabama's got a performing arts center.
I don't think. Do we have? Alabaster folks, do we have a performing arts center in Alabaster, Alabama? I'd like to know.
The APAC.
Yeah, only if we practice football in it, I'm sure.
No, I bet they got one on Thompson's campus.
It's called
right now.
Thompson.
Yeah. You have to put the stage over the artificial turf. I can promise you that.
Yeah, Performing Arts Center is it's football practice field at Thompson. All right, Alabama basketball last night.
Did they win?
It was a get right game. I'm going to tell you, it's 5-0, right? Is that what it was right out of the gate?
5-0 Vandy.
5-0 Vandy.
Yeah, and you're like, here we go
And
again.
I'm sitting here, I'm going, it's going to be one of these freaking games.
Were you at the game?
No,
Okay.
I was at home watching. I was learning how to, change my playbook on our Madden game. So I'm sitting there, and it's 5-0, and I'm watching this game, and I'm like, this is going to be another one of those games that I've got to sit here, and they're going to have to grind this thing out, and try to fight and get a victory against Vanderbilt. What has happened? And then they go on a 21-0 run, and it was a historic beatdown.
I mean, how this team now has a 40-point win, a 24-point loss, and a 57-point win. It's nearly impossible to beat somebody in your own conference by 57 points. But
So
that's
much so
exactly what
Alabama
they
had
did.
never done it before,
But,
Lance.
this is how bad Vanderbilt was last night. I mean, Vanderbilt goes out, they shoot 25%. They shot, 15% in the first half, 3 of 30 behind the arc. And on the other side, Alabama, not only did they come out with energy, not only did they play great defense, but they shot the eyes out of it, 19 of 41 behind the arc.
I think when you say 25%, that what's the word I'm saying when it makes it
awful?
Waters it
antiseptic?
down?
It's not
Waters it down a bit?
Yeah, waters it down a little bit, but there's a
Sanitizes
word.
it?
Sanitizes it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It sanitizes it too much, 25%. You got to say They were 16 of 64. Now, that sounds worse.
Yeah, that's worse.
That's more realistic to me than 25%. They could not throw it. They were missing Coleman Coliseum.
25% from the field is awful.
Well,
It's awful,
is.
yeah.
What's worse, 10% from beyond the arc? They were 3 of 30, because that sounds worse too. 3 of 30
Yeah, that's worse.
or 10%. Yes.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You need to use the actual shooting numbers in this game to fully drive it
16
home.
of 64 was bad. But Alabama was hot. They played great basketball. Rockstar, let's get a couple of post-game reactions. Let's go first from let's go Nate Oates, cut number 1 here. Because he challenged his team. He wanted them to be more physical. They did a cut-up. The old editing, Forrester does it for us all the time, chopped up some highlights of the Bama-Vandy game in Nashville. Some physical plays where Vandy pushed Alabama around a little bit. And Nate Oates talked about that challenge after the game.
They answered the bell after the Oklahoma game. I thought it was a great way to respond. You know, I respect Vanderbilt a lot, so it's kind of unfortunate for them that they were the team that fouled up the Oklahoma game. Nationally, we were being questioned as soft. Any team with a decent bigs been able to go to work on us a little bit. I thought Charles did a great job on Sheboy, but there's been a few that have gone to work on us. I just got out-rebounded by Oklahoma, who's not a great rebounding team. So I think they answered the bell. They got the message. They really coached each other over the last 3 days, to be honest with you. They're a great group that kind of talked amongst themselves. This is who we want to be. This is what we got to do to get better. And they did just about all of it tonight.
Yeah, no, he talked about how, unfortunate that Vandy was the other team on that they were playing right after Oklahoma. And Jerry Stackhouse, Brown, you noticed this, a little chilly in the coach's handshake line afterwards.
He didn't necessarily blow by Oates, but it was a quick handshake, and it looked like Oates was trying to say something to him.
Right.
And Stackhouse wasn't interested in listening. So I immediately texted Scott and said, hey, heads up, if you weren't watching the end of the game, looked like a frosty handshake there. Stack may say something in the postgame here.
Well, I thought it was going to happen, because if you watched Alabama in the last 5 minutes, they're bombing
That's
threes,
what I said.
they're dunking.
Yeah, Dunaway pointed out they had their starters in late. Like, I had turned the game off and turned it back on for the end just to see the final score. But they were still bombing threes at the end. But, again, that's their offense. I don't know what you're supposed to do if you're Alabama.
And you played 14 guys last night.
Yeah.
So here's Jerry Stackhouse after that chilly postgame handshake line. Here's Jerry.
The wrong team at the wrong time. Again, we had played a team tonight that came off a bad loss, and they got back home, and they were very, very confident. And you really can't put my finger on why we were, just a step slow in everything that we did tonight. Just one of those games where you just have to, throw it away, flush it. Just an awful night all the way around from on both sides of the ball. Not going to beat a team too many nights when they make 19 threes, and they hadn't been shooting the ball well in the last couple games. I think their numbers were really, really paltry from 3 points. So it's just, they got well and they got right against us. It's just again the wrong team at the wrong time.
Yeah. Now you know what this is, guys?
All the governors of Alabama behind Jerry there.
This right here is an NBA guy who is used to playing 80 games, and there were some nights where you just get it handed to you, and he doesn't get as emotional, I think, as some college coaches do who never played in the NBA. Jerry Stackhouse doesn't seem to be that upset about what happened last night. He knows that that Nate Oates needed a get-right game for his team.
A little bit of that, and the fact that Stackhouse probably earned $100 million in his career, so there's not as much pressure for him. But, if you lose a game by 24, can you quickly forget it if you win the next one by 57?
That's a really good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Because I was just thinking what the committee thinks about this team. Obviously, they're still a top 4 team based on rankings.
So you're saying if I'm on the committee or if I'm an Alabama player?
I guess both.
Well, if I'm an Alabama player, Dunaway, what concerns me is the team that beat me by 24 is probably an NCAA tournament team, right? And the team I just bombed won't even make the CBI. So, that's a level of competition concern, Lance. And again, I think Jim has made a good point on this in the past, is a lot of basketball people look at the portrait in basketball because we're a football state. We're bad at looking at the snapshot in basketball. Oh, my God, you lost a game.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's going to lose a game this year. There is not a single team that's going to go undefeated. So, that's just not the way it works in basketball.
Yeah, Jay Price with a great point. Jim Nowdu, Juwan Howard at Michigan, who also played in the NBA for a long time, who took a swing at another coach. Great point.
Good one.
I was wrong on that one as well.
Well, but, Jerry Stackhouse got to get fired, though, right?
No, I mean, he's...
Oh, this is a disaster. Yeah, you got to fire him.
He is considered by the coaches a guy who does a good job with what he has there.
Okay.
But we'll see.
He won't get fired this year.
Why does he has what he has there then? Let me ask you that.
It's a tough place to recruit to. It really is.
I know that, but historically they've had good teams.
Yeah, Kevin
Stallings.
Yeah.
Eddie Fogler. Eddie Fogler had some decent teams there. They're bad, Dunaway.
Stallings got them to an Elite Eight, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Matt Freege?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they won't fire the guy, but at some point, what does Bill Parcells? We love the line. What did Bill Parcells say?
You are what your record says you are.
And Jerry Stackhouse is now 49-66, 16-45 in conference.
Lamb, I believe Stackhouse is a good offensive coach. Nate raves about his scheming sometimes.
He scored 44 last night, didn't he?
NH3425. He may have 1 year left.
That's what I think. And by the way, Liam Robbins was back last night. We didn't think he was going to play. Came off the bench.
Got that eye dotted by a teammate, though, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that was a tough deal there.
Yeah, and that's I expected that to be the highlight reel for Alabama to show Alabama beats the biggest Power 5 win between two Power 5 teams since Louisville beat Rutgers back in 2014 by 61 points. And then you go to the highlights, and you've got the Vandy guy bleeding down his face. And then Alabama hit 19 threes and just have that tight shot.
Two positives. There's a lot of positives for Alabama coming out of this, but Namari Burnett.
Wow, how good was he last night?
Yeah, 15 minutes, 16 points. And then you do a podcast every week with Riley Norris, former Alabama player. He's been talking about Rylan Griffin. And this freshman is starting. Everybody talks about the other freshman with good reason, but Rylan Griffin is starting to play really good basketball.
Yeah, they're a deep team. And Robert with the stat of the day on Twitter. The most incredible stat is the Alabama basketball team beat Vandy worse than the Alabama football team beat Vandy. That is hard to do.
Oof.
That's going to be tough to swallow.
Our show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. After LT tells us about Michelson, we appreciate Jamie listening to the show in Alabaster, and he gives us a quick update here after Michelson Laser Vision can get your eyesight right. They did it for you how many years ago now?
Dunaway, it's been over 20 years ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I was wasting money on contacts and solution each and every year. If this is you, if you've been procrastinating, find out if LASIK is right for you. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, a pioneer in the business, the first to perform the LASIK procedure in the state of Alabama in 1995. Dr. Jen Michelson, call today, 969-8100. Tell them the next round sent you, or online for more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Rockstar, is it a Bosendorfer? Am I saying that right? A Bosendorfer concert piano? Is anybody, Lunsford, anybody?
I have no clue.
What are you talking about?
Jamie says, here's his tweet. He sent us in the first segment quickly, foreshadows it up. There is a beautiful performing arts center on Thompson's campus, Dunaway, with a 9-foot Bosendorfer concert piano.
They went for the 9-foot?
They did. I would have gone to the 12.
Yeah, man.
The Alabama Symphony Orchestra and the Alabama Youth Symphony have their southern hubs there as well. It's a beautiful facility that is right there. It's on the Thompson campus, of course.
The crowds Rockstar grew up to, right?
True. That's very true.
We've got a little different for you.
The Bosendorfer doesn't look any different than any other piano. I'm looking at a Google search there. It's
a name brand, though, Brownie.
Well, it may be. I don't know. It's German, it appears, because it's got the umlaut. But, it's just got one of those lids that you have to prop up with a stick. So it makes it look fancy.
A lot of pianos have those.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't look any different. Yeah.
So Brown doesn't care about the piano, but a beautiful performing arts center there. We do appreciate Jamie for listening to the show and checking in with us on Twitter at Next Round Live. Burr Dessendorfer.
Burr Dessendorfer.
Thank you,
according to
Charles.
Burr Dessendorfer.
I still got to get my vocal lessons from Charleston.
Yeah.
How in the world do you get Burr Dessendorfer out of that?
Yeah, and by the way, Lunsford with Brown. By the way, the Lambo has 4 wheels just like a Kia, Brown. I don't care. We're back in a moment right here on the Next Round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
I feel really guilty now. I sent that text to Joel Glatt.
Why?
Did
you delete it?
Well, no, he's
not
awake.
not awake yet.
I don't delete. That's what I'm saying. He hasn't gotten on social media yet. It's 7:28 at
That
his
is
house.
one of the worst things, getting a condescending text when you wake up in the morning.
Yeah.
Like you could have at least waited till my day gets rolling.
That's the thing. You could have texted it, not tweeted it.
Yeah. But it wouldn't have been as much fun with the show at that point.
Yeah.
I was doing it for the show, but that's the problem is
Oh, you tweeted it. Okay, that's better. I
Yeah.
thought you sent him a text. I think it would be worse if it was a text.
Well, no, then it was just between me and him.
No,
and
I
he
get
would have
that.
said, Dunaway, your Alabama colors are showing. Obviously, it's very different, blah, 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 blah,
But
blah.
I told you that was going to start up about Jalen Hurts. I mean, that is no surprise. Anybody outside of the SEC is going to say Jalen's got nothing to do with the SEC. Now, the Joe Burrow, I mean, that's obvious.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's an LSU guy, but I don't know why it really matters. I guess they don't want the SEC playing up 2 SEC quarterbacks going in or whatever. Well, but it really doesn't matter. I mean, what's it affect? Anything. It doesn't affect anything.
It doesn't matter. I will tell you, though, that I've been watching the SEC Network last night because of, the basketball that was on. And in between, they do put up a graphic. 21 SEC players will be in the Super Bowl. The most of any conference. That was they're showing Chris Jones dominating, and
I also saw Georgia is the only team that has had somebody in the Super Bowl every year since 2001.
That's pretty wild. But I mean, with the transfer portal, we'll run into more and more of this. I mean, Russell Wilson was a good example. Do you consider Russell Wilson NC State or Wisconsin? I mean, it doesn't really matter, but when you...
It's funny, I never think about Russell Wilson in college.
Well, but if you do, what uniform is he wearing?
I saw him actually play a game as an NC State Wolfpack.
So it's probably NC State for you.
No, it's Wisconsin.
Okay.
Because he was I thought, a borderline dominant quarterback at Wisconsin.
Yeah, I just never think of Russell Wilson in college.
You
I don't
know
know
he
why.
played college ball.
I know, NC State and Wisconsin.
But I know we'll get to it, but Sean Payton taking that job makes zero sense.
I hate to tell you this. When I think of college football, I rarely think of NC State and Wisconsin.
I don't blame you one bit. Yes. They've been very forgettable, yeah.
Our friends at Bromberg's, we want you to think about them when it's time to think about that perfect Valentine's gift right now. That's just a few days away now.
It's 13 days away. So, look, if you haven't bought anything yet, how about this? You're bored at work right now. Go to Brombergs.com. You can shop right there online. Since 1836, family-owned and operated, a couple of great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. And our friends at Bromberg's, for the women out there, if you're looking to buy your significant other something, Bromberg's thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. You'll find a wide selection of classics, rugged sports models, and even limited edition novelty timepieces at their Summit store. Again, available at the Summit or online, Brombergs.com. Specifically, you can go to Brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Adam Rittenberg coming up at the top of the hour. He'll be with us to see what time it is on that Oris watch for the Alabama coordinator search. And he has some names that I'll keep an eye on for the OC in D.C. Rittenberg has that out at ESPN.com. I had some friends last night who were over in Tuscaloosa at a donors meeting, donors banquet before the basketball game.
Okay.
And Nick Saban was speaking. And Nick Saban joked about the OC situation. And even offered the position to Walt Maddox, the Tuscaloosa mayor, who was in attendance. Walt, would you want to be my OC?
What if Walt's absolutely? Yeah, I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, I've always wanted to call a play.
Yes, cannot wait to get started. We're not showing Nick.
But then my friends who were there, they go on to say that as the conversation went on, Nick, I don't know if you used the word nervous, anxious maybe, was getting a little anxious about filling the OC position now with the timing of it all, getting a little anxious about the timing of it all. Because, as far as bringing in a new person, we are getting fairly close to spring practice for wanting to bring in a coach and sort of get everybody in line to go out for spring practice.
Well, I think most Alabama fans, after they read up, did a little research on Ryan Grubb, they thought that was going to be the guy. And he pulls his name out, and there are reports on different reasons that might have happened. We can speculate each and every way. But we did a Bama and Bourbon yesterday. Aaron Suttles very wired in on what's going on the Alabama football program. The names he's kind of told me that are the leaders in the clubhouse. And like he said, look, I wouldn't be comfortable saying that I think this is going to be your OC, this is going to be your DC. But the names that he gave me, if he had to gun to head afterwards, I think Alabama fans are going to say, can we get back Pete Golding and can we get back Bill O'Brien?
That bad?
I think so.
Here is what one of my friends said, and I'll just read it because I wasn't doing it justice. After he spoke to the group, he was talking to a group of us and said he was getting a little nervous about the timing of everything and getting a hire made. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Well, let me just throw some let's do offense, because we've talked a lot about the Todd Grantham. Let me just throw some offensive names out, and you tell me if you think fan base is like, I'd rather have Bill O'Brien back or this guy, okay? If I just and I don't know anybody Aaron said.
Right.
You know that.
We haven't even talked. I think you left before we were
I was doing something else while y'all were doing Bama and Bourbon. I got to speak to Aaron before, but we didn't discuss that.
Yeah, and again, for the record, Aaron has no idea. These are just names he's hearing, and he's got a lean.
Can I just clean it up real quick? Is Bama and Bourbon out yet? Have we released it, or is it coming out later today?
That's a good question.
It is out right now. It is out right now. Okay.
I need to retweet that.
So we need
thumbs up, set your alerts.
Yeah, Bama and Bourbon is out, so you can go watch this.
Very unique bourbon. By the way, I didn't realize Drake's got his own product now.
Yeah, how was that?
It was better than I thought. When you look at the packaging, it looks like a bottle of cologne.
It really did.
That's exactly what I thought it was. It was a huge bottle of 1970s cologne.
Do you know how long it'd take you to go through that much cologne?
Lifetime.
And Aaron brings this up. Like bourbon collectors, connoisseurs, they like their packaging. This is completely wild.
It's crazy packaging.
But when we tried it, it's not a bad product. It's
Drake?
Virginia Black.
Drake?
Yeah, Drake.
Okay, Drake.
Yeah.
It looks like something.
The musician Drake.
It looks to be the Drake-ish.
I could see them. They actually distill this in Indiana. I could see them say, here's our bottle, and Drake's like, that's not your bottle.
Yeah, that's not flashy enough.
Yeah.
There's the video of the actual packaging there. Comes in a black box. as all good things do, right?
That's right.
And then there's LT holding the bourbon.
All right, so Bill O'Brien line, above or below, or at, I guess you could say at. Greg Roman, offensive coordinator that's been in the NFL.
Now, see, I continue to say I'm excited about Greg Roman because of what he did with Colin Kaepernick.
So that's above the O'Brien line.
And Lamar Jackson, because I believe the guy. I thought he was destined to be an NFL head coach at one point when he was with Harbaugh. I really like Greg Roman as a hire.
So above.
Yeah, for me, absolutely. And I'm telling you why, because I think Ty Simpson is going to bring a very Colin Kaepernick-like, Lamar Jackson-like game to the table.
I am going to go almost equal.
So it's on the O'Brien line.
I think it's on the O'Brien line. Yeah.
Brian Johnson, Philadelphia Eagles head quarterbacks coach. You say above the O'Brien line, okay?
I'm really excited about this guy. You got me even more excited about it yesterday when you were talking about how so many NFL teams love this guy.
Yeah, I think this would be a very exciting hire with a lot of potential. If
you're Brian Johnson, and it's reported that Dallas is really, really interested in him as their OC because he coached Dak Prescott in college, and you're trying to reunite that. If you're Brian Johnson and you had the choice of Alabama offensive coordinator or Dallas Cowboys offensive coordinator.
We talked about it a bit yesterday, Brown, and you've brought this up several times. To me, it comes down to, do I want to be a college coach or do I want to be an NFL coach? And that's my decision. If I want to be an NFL coach, then I'm going to stay in the NFL. Yep. If I want to be a college coach, there's no better place to go than being an OC at Alabama, and I can jump to be a head coach somewhere.
That's right. I don't think there's any doubt that if I want to be a college football head coach, I take the Alabama offensive coordinator job. I'm going to be a head coach.
Yeah.
If I want an NFL head coach, I take the Dallas job. It's all how he's driven.
Jay Price asking the question, why leave the NFL to come to Alabama? Is the money equal? You'll actually, I think, make more money as a coordinator at Alabama than you would with the Cowboys.
Think?
I do.
Yeah. And a lot of times you don't know the money guys make in the NFL. But, there's also a quality of life. It is a much easier, not much, but it's an easier life on an NFL coach. All right. So we went Greg Roman, we went Brian, Freddie Kitchens, above or below the O'Brien line?
That's going to be below.
Well, see, that's tough because the only reason I would be on Freddie Kitchens would be it seems like, well, is he only getting the job because he was a quarterback at Alabama, blah, 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 blah. And I think because Nick Saban's the guy making the hire, I would say no, that's not the case.
Yeah, my normal rule, if he didn't play at Alabama, would you be considering him? I mean, this is a guy that has been in the SEC. He's been an NFL head coach. He's been an NFL offensive coordinator.
Yeah, and I think Nick Saban got away, in all of his time at Alabama, he got Alabama out of the habit of hiring Alabama people because they're Alabama people or because they coached with Bear Bryant or coached with somebody who coached with Bear Bryant or coached with somebody who coached with Gene Stallings. He got them out of that. So I would trust that. I mean, I believe Freddie Roach is there because Freddie Roach is good. I believe, if you've been a coach on Alabama staff and have Alabama ties, I believe you've earned it with Nick Saban, not just because you one time bled for the Crimson and White. So I would trust that he's going by what Freddie Kitchens did in the NFL.
And you think Kitchens is where on the O'Brien line?
Below.
Kendall Briles.
I'm going to say it's going to be above. I would say it's on the O'Brien line. Kendall Briles doesn't blow me away like he does a lot of people, but obviously he's a hot commodity. I mean, TCU gets him from Arkansas, which to me is still kind of a weird move. It seems like a lateral move. Kendall Briles would take this job, and I think Alabama fans would be more excited than Bill O'Brien. But again, I think it's on the line.
Kendall Briles is a guy that, I respected him, but something has gone wrong at Arkansas, and he left to go to TCU. I start to question people who jump jobs that quick.
Yeah, but a lot of people were leaving Arkansas, and then you start to question our man Sam Pittman.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in Arkansas, but he's lost both coordinators. Now, their defense was not good this year, so I don't know that you're upset about losing Barry Odom. Their offense scored 32 points a game. I don't know what you expected out of them. I probably expected a touch more. I thought they were pretty good at quarterback coming back. They did lose Treylon Burks. That's a huge loss. There's no doubt about that. But with Rocket Sanders and with the quarterback situation, KJ Jefferson, I thought they'd be better on offense this year. Now, Jefferson was hurt some, to be fair.
He was. I don't know. I mean, Kendall Briles, there's moments. Obviously, the lineage coming from the Art Briles tree.
I don't know that this guy is being. I'm trying to use people that I think are being considered here. I don't know, but there are a couple people in the chat room that want us to ask about Steve Spurrier Jr. Steve Spurrier Jr.
Well, he was over with Mike Leach's staff.
He was. He's got the air raid background.
Yeah. See, I don't think you're going to.
I'd be underwhelmed by that.
I would be shocked if Saban comes in and is like, we're going all air raid.
Same resume, and his last name is Thompson. I don't think you even think twice about him. I think that last name gets people's attention.
I don't think he has enough coaching clout other than his last name to rise up to that level yet.
Yeah. I'm pretty much out of guys there. Joe Brady, I guess. I mean, Joe Brady. I don't think that's legit. I think he's made it clear he wants to stay in the NFL, but you never know.
Did you mention Milwee?
I did not. A.J. Milwee. Now, for those who don't know who A.J. Milwee is, he's an Alabama kid that played somewhere in the MAC. I can't remember where he played, but he played in the MAC.
I thought he was at North Alabama for a while.
He was at the MAC and then came to North Alabama, or vice versa, one of those two. But he's an Alabama kid, and he was an analyst under Sarkisian. And I have always said, keep an eye on this guy, and here's why. Because when Nick Saban sat out of the Iron Bowl with COVID in the COVID year, Steve Sarkisian had to become the head coach. There were a lot of guys you could have made the offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach for that game, and they chose A.J. Milwee, which tells me Saban had a ton of trust in him, and Sark did too.
Yep.
I mean, because he was just an analyst. You didn't bump one of your position coaches up. You took this analyst and put him in that role.
Yeah, he was the eyes in the press box for Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah. But he, this seems quick for him. I think he's only been, is he even the coordinator under Sark? I think he is. But for only 2 years, right?
What about Levy? Did you mention Levy?
I did not mention Levy. Where would you guys put him? It just seems like so much time has passed. You could have hired him by now.
Would be above, though.
You'd have him above the O'Brien line?
Preston, our friend, Mike.Shula.
He's just quarterbacks coach, A.J. Milwee, and I think Sark's still calling his own plays.
Yeah, well, I mean, why would you not?
Yeah, so I don't know. That feels quick on him. I think Saban does like him based on what I just said. But, that's a quick hire.
But there comes a time when you run out of options, right?
Yeah. Well, not when you're at Alabama, LT. You don't run out of options. Don't say it like that. You make other choices. You don't run out of options.
What Brown just threw out, I mean, how many of those are A options?
Well, I mean, I don't know how many you put in front of Bill O'Brien. Not many. Lebby, and then somewhere on the O'Brien line.
Yeah. But what Myers, MWYRERS 14. I'm going to go Myers still. Rumor has it Lebby said no, and there was a lot of belief he was going to stay at Oklahoma because he's an Oklahoma guy, and they got the band back together. Brent Venables did, all the Oklahoma boys, and trying to rebuild the Sooners, the Boomer Sooners.
Royal Payne mentions Jason Garrett. There have been some NFL people that have reported this. Garrett is obviously just a TV analyst right now. That wouldn't excite me if I'm an Alabama fan.
Below the line.
Yeah, I did not like Jason Garrett.
O'Brien was better in the NFL than Garrett, so I think it is clearly below the line.
Yeah. Butch Jones, Goose brings up.
I heard that last night.
Yeah.
Ooh, are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh.
By the way, Kellen Moore.
And not from Aaron Suttles, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, Kellen Moore.
Give Alabama fans a heart attack if they thought it was Aaron.
Kellen Moore, who's now with the Chargers, but you have to admit Jerry Jones sometimes overpaid. He liked Kellen Moore a lot for a long time. He was making less than $2 million as the OC at the end of his time with the Cowboys.
I think Kellen Moore would be exciting. Again, I mean, his 4 years as the Cowboys offensive coordinator, they were ranked in the top 10 of offense 3 of the 4 years.
Yeah, Kellen's gone to the Chargers. I only bring that up salary-wise. People were asking about salaries for coordinators. Why would they leave the NFL to come to college?
Oh, yeah.
And I would put Kellen Moore probably near the top of what the coordinators are making in the NFL, and you can now make more in college in some places. You can go over $2 million, and that's about what he was making.
Quality of life is the big difference. The NFL calendar is not as relentless as the college calendar.
But that might have been why Ryan Grubb ultimately didn't come to Alabama, is because they didn't want to give him $2 million.
That may be it.
$2 million is a lot of money. So, too, is transition. So, too, is...
What was the commercial?
No transition.
Give me the commercial. I'll see if I can do one.
Well, it's Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. You don't have to spend a lot of money for this.
If the coordinators of the two I heard yesterday, Alabama fans are going to be loading up on Maestro Dobel.
It's the official tequila of the next round. Dobel Diamante, a blend of the extra añejo and the reposada tequilas, aged in new European oak barrels and double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance and smooth and crisp on the finish. It's Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or for mixing. And, in fact, you can get that Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, wherever you buy your tequila, and you can sit there and enjoy that, sip that while you're playing your Bersendorfer piano.
Nice.
How about that? Thank you, Charles. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more college football. We'll get back to the coordinator thing with Adam Rittenberger, but it is National Signing Day, a couple of names to keep an eye on, and a lot more basketball talk still to come on the show as well. And later, the Big 12 schedule's out. We knew one of the teams leaving for the SEC would get it. This time it's not Texas that gets hooked. It's another team that gets boomed on the schedule. We'll talk about it later. Coming up right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped. It makes sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at Manscaped.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It is the 52nd O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. The next round will be live at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex Friday 3 to 5. Get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. And see us there Friday at 3 at the World of Wills.
Hey, congratulations to Demeco Ryans, one-time Alabama player, but before that, Jess Lanier High School in Bessemer, Alabama. My baseball coach, the guy that changed my life, Billy Woodham, was his coach at Jess Lanier, defensive coordinator out there, and those two became really good friends. And I don't think Demeco was being recruited by a lot of people at the SEC level, and then Alabama came in late and got a good one in Demeco Ryans, who went on to do a lot of great things and then went to the NFL, played for the Texans. The Broncos really wanted him as well, but he ends up taking the Texans job, which I think is a smart move for him. How excited do you think Demeco Ryans was yesterday that he gets to live this dream, still in his 30s?
You know, and started to interview for head coaching jobs last year. And look, this was a rising star. And every time you watch San Francisco, anyone on the broadcast talks about it. and a guy that obviously started his career with the Texans, was a second-round draft pick, was the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. He seems like he is going to have ultra success. And I know this is a difficult job. I think an organization that's won one, maybe two postseason games in the franchise's history. But I think Demeco Ryans is going to be a slam dunk as head coach. This organization has just got to be a little patient with him, let him get his quarterback in there, and I think the culture will change overnight with the Texans.
I mean, Brown, sometimes, and we saw this, some of the greatest of sometimes the greatest of all times can go and fill in the NFL. And sometimes in the NFL, you can be good in one place and then not good in the next place, or bad in one place and good in the next place because of your front office. And to me, that's where the Texans have to clean up things. So it's a big overhaul. If you could bring what the 49ers do in the front office with Demeco, I'd feel a lot more comfortable about guaranteeing his success.
But to Lance's point, I think the fact that he is one of your guys, you give him a little bit more freedom, a little bit more patience. I think you have to, right? I mean, this guy played for you. This is not some outsider. This is a guy that played in your franchise. You've got to give him the freedom, to build this thing and be patient with him. And really, in a lot of ways, Houston can only go up. I guess they could stay the same. They can't really go down any. I mean, that's the good news for Demeco, right? Right. Absolute worst case scenarios, you're the same as this team has been.
I mean, 4-13 in 2021, 3-13-1 this past year.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to get any worse than that in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll see an immediate improvement.
Yeah, I mean, especially if look, it's going to be all about getting the quarterback pick right. And if they can get that quarterback pick right, whether it's Stroud, whether it's Bryce Young, whether it's Will Levis, whoever it is, if they can get that pick right, you're on the right track. Just look at Jacksonville. I think just in that division, all you got to do is look at Jacksonville. They could not have been in a worse situation exiting Urban Meyer, but they had gotten quarterback right. And see how not easy is a bad word, but see how quickly a good coach was able to turn that around with the right quarterback.
Pritch Law makes a great point. You're a defensive-minded guy.
Yeah.
We just assume you need a quarterback, obviously, in Houston, but you do have Will Anderson out there. You know how important those players can be at this level.
I get that, but you're not going to move forward. There's no way he takes this job saying Davis Mills is our future.
The interesting thing is there are now reports, and I'm trying to find the guy that has reported it. He covers the NFL, that the Bears have decided they are moving forward with Justin Fields and they want to trade out of the number one. Now, everybody always says that, but teams giving up enough to get to the number one is often rare.
Yeah.
So Will Anderson may be that number one pick.
Here's the thing, going back to Daniel Jeremiah on the show last week, and he started to talk about the size of Bryce Young. And I think ultimately there's no way Bryce Young goes number one overall because of that.
I mean, I would be concerned. I mean, I love Bryce, but I would be concerned taking him at the next level just because of what's happened to Tua. Now, Bryce hasn't had the injury history at Alabama like Tua had.
I mean, he only had the one injury, right? The shoulder injury against Arkansas is the only one I remember.
I mean, and he played hard through it. He showed his toughness playing through it a little quicker. But I look at Kyler Murray now, who's out, and sometimes it seems like he can have wow moments, but being consistent at his size, I mean, I'd have questions about Bryce Young.
I think it's a huge question mark. I think the difference would be Demeco Ryans being an Alabama guy, probably a ton of conversations with Nick Saban. And I think ultimately, I'm just guessing here, I could be wrong, that the Texans will end up selecting Bryce Young. I do not think Bryce Young will go number one overall.
Part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, and then I want to talk about the other coach that was hired yesterday before we get back to college football. But Odie's special night tonight.
Yeah, Rockstar it is.
Trivia.
Is this your last trivia for a while?
No, I got it next week.
Okay. So it'll be me, Rocky. Actually, Ryan Brown will be there tonight. We'll start a little after 8 o'clock. Make sure you tell all your friends and family. Come out and join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. Get there early. Enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis, including the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches, including the Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution. Come join us tonight. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
I may have missed one. Is this the fourth former Alabama player to be an NFL head coach?
Well, Bart Starr was one.
Bart Starr with Packers, Freddie Kitchens, Browns, Richard Williamson coached your Buccaneers, and then Demeco. Now, I could have missed one, but I was just curious.
Richard Williams was the actual head coach for a while.
Richard Williamson was the head coach of the Buccaneers for a minute. I think 2 years, if I remember right. It's your team. Richard Williamson, yeah, played at Alabama. He was Buccaneers coach for a minute. I don't think y'all are any good, but he was the coach. I think it's 4 former Alabama players that have been an NFL coach. I think that's right. Okay, that was.
Well, I mean, you're not bringing up Ray Perkins.
Oh, that's right.
With the
5.
Giants
God,
and the
how did I
Buccaneers.
forget Ray Perkins?
He was probably the more successful of any of those.
He was.
He is the most successful.
In bed with the mob, right?
I don't know about that, but Bart Starr did not do well with the Packers. Am I right? That did not go well. Bart Starr did not do well. Freddie Kitchens got fired. Richard Williamson, I don't think was any good at all. You're right. Ray Perkins was the most successful, so the 5th. That's my apologies to the Perkins family.
We'll talk about Sean Payton coming up a little bit later and get back into Demeco Ryans and other stuff as well. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. Poll question, Adam Rittenberg coming up. We'll ask some questions about the some other stuff out there when it comes to the coordinators at Alabama, and that's what we'll talk to Rittenberg back about. Tell us about Cowan Equipment, LT.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. At the New Balance Birmingham store, we go beyond taking your measurements. For us, comfort fit means a lot more than just checking for enough room in the toe box. You see, a simple fit may look and feel okay inside the store, but high-quality custom fit shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store will continue to look and feel great while performing the task you need them to do. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store and experience the difference a custom fit makes for you.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light. is on now.
Adam Rittenberg joins us here momentarily to talk a little college football with us. Basketball last night, Alabama gets a win. We'll get into the headlines right after Brownie tells us about our friends at MyBookie.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. That's where you go for all those big Super Bowl plays. And when you use code next round, your deposit is eligible for a bonus. You use it once, it is yours. You can bet the pregame, the live lines, the Super Bowl props, everything from the opening coin toss, length of the anthem, color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach, all those available at MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Use code next round for that deposit bonus.
Tom Brady retires from the NFL for good this time, he says. Continuous coverage nonstop right now with our friends at ESPN. Alabama slams the doors last night, 101-44. They're now unbeaten still in the SEC. They travel to play LSU next. Georgia and Auburn tonight, 6 o'clock down at Neville Arena as the Tigers try to get a little revenge against Georgia.
Let's talk some college football with Adam Rittenberg. He's got his finger on the pulse of a lot of these coordinator searches, coaching talk, things like that. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Adam? How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, doing fantastic. Thank you. ESPN Rittenberg is where you follow Adam on Twitter. Let's start with Ryan Grubb staying at Washington, not going to Alabama. Do you have any idea what was, maybe driving his choice there, or was it a choice that surprised you?
It wasn't a choice that surprised me in terms of talking to people around him when his name sort of emerged on Sunday, that it wasn't a slam dunk that he would, go to Alabama if given the opportunity. I think he's, a guy who's really spent almost his entire career around Kalen DeBoer. They met at the University of Sioux Falls, which is an NAIA program. They were together at Eastern Michigan, Fresno State, and then obviously at Washington. And I think the other thing to look at is, Washington is not some mid-tier Power 5 program. If you have success there as a play caller, you can vault right to a Power 5 job, I think. I think that's how Ryan also looked at it, and especially with the team that they have coming back and the quarterback that he has coming back in Michael Penix Jr. We know that you can do that at Alabama, but, other than Steve Sarkisian, how many of the Nick Saban coordinators have jumped right to A-list jobs from Alabama? They've had some good jobs. But I think he looked at it like, I'm in a comfortable situation here. I've got a really good quarterback. I've got a head coach that I know I'm very familiar with. And if I have another good year, I'm going to be on the radar for jobs that I probably would be on the radar for if I go to Alabama, when there's, obviously great opportunity, but also more risk involved. It's a new coach. It's a different area of the country. There's obviously tremendous pressure at Alabama that doesn't exist so much at Washington. So I think that was sort of the calculus, and the money isn't really an issue when they bring you up from, I don't know exactly what he was making before the $2 million, but they bring you up to $2 million, one of the highest paid assistants in the country. So money wasn't as big of a factor as it would be for some folks.
I was a little surprised when Kendall Briles left Arkansas for TCU. It just seemed like a lateral move. I know TCU had an outstanding year, but can they consistently keep it going? With that said, there were some reports out there that Kendall Briles might have met with Nick Saban, might have met with Mario Cristobal. Do you think Kendall Briles ends up in TCU? Does he stay there, or do you think he's really flirting with one of these other jobs?
Wow, yeah, it would be surprising if he just was there for a little bit. His hire was greeted with a lot of mixed emotions, especially for the TCU faithful. There are a lot of people that didn't want to see a Briles working for TCU, given everything that happened at Baylor. Even though this would certainly not be Kendall's first job as an OC, he's an experienced OC, even after everything that happened at Baylor. So it would be certainly interesting if he doesn't stay there, but it does make sense from a schematic standpoint, and he's back in his home state of Texas. He knows Sonny Dykes. They look for similar things on the offensive side of the ball, and again, from a pure scheme standpoint, the move makes a lot of sense. I can't remember if he talked to Mario last year. Mario talked to a lot of people for that offensive coordinator job last year. It went on for weeks and weeks and weeks before they ended up with Josh Gaddis at Miami. He even talked to some sitting head coaches like Jason Candle of Toledo. I think Sean Lewis may have been in the mix there when he was at Kent State. So Mario is very deliberate. I wouldn't expect a hire today or tomorrow. Maybe he'll surprise us, but this could be a process that goes on for quite a few more weeks.
From the outside looking in, what's your perception of the situation right now in Tuscaloosa? Do you feel like there's some swing and misses going on, a little panic, urgency? If this was any other coach but Nick Saban, I feel like maybe some of us would be a little worried about the process. What's your take on that?
Well, I think it's understandable that, you think of a guy like Ryan Grubb, who people really didn't know about last year. Why isn't he just rushing to Tuscaloosa and doing everything he can to be Nick Saban's offensive coordinator? So I think that's natural, but you also have to look at the track record that they've had of who they've hired and the success that they've had now under multiple coordinators on the offensive side of the ball. And I think whoever they bring in is going to be set up to have some level of success. And then on the defensive side, Saban just wants somebody who knows his system. He doesn't want to have to teach someone, how to run the Alabama defense. So whether that's a Todd Grantham who's been there inside the program, and there would obviously be a reaction to that because he's a very familiar name in SEC circles, but from Saban's perspective, he wouldn't need to teach him the defense. And so that's why I think that side of the ball, the hire will be somebody who's very much in that Saban world, whereas the offensive side is the one that's kind of more interesting because it could be a number of folks, whether they're college coordinators, career college coordinators, or those with NFL ties like Bill O'Brien had, or Steve Sarkisian had come from the NFL before he was the OC at Alabama. So it's going to be a very interesting decision, however it shakes out.
Adam Rittenberg is with us, ESPN, at ESPN Rittenberg is where you find him on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Just 1 year removed from being the Broyles Award winner. Are you surprised Josh Gaddis is still a free agent right now?
Yeah, certainly a shocking 12 months. Right around this time last year, I think it was today, actually a year ago, this was when Jim Harbaugh interviewed for the Minnesota Vikings job. And there was a belief that if he did take that job, and he certainly went up there with the intention of getting the Vikings job, that Josh Gaddis would at least be considered as the Michigan head coach. Jim obviously didn't get the job, returned, and then Josh Gaddis is out of there a few days later and texting his receivers about how he wasn't really treated very well by Michigan from a contract standpoint or whatever it was. And then a year later, he's out at Miami. Now, I think the part of how bad it was at Miami and your quarterback situation and the fact that Tyler Van Dyke is coming back as their quarterback, I think and also their quarterback's coach, Frank Ponce, already left to return to Appalachian State as their offensive coordinator. You could sort of see this coming, but it's still a shock given where Josh Gaddis was, basically a year ago to where he is today. Now, I think he'll certainly have the ability to bounce back, and he's gotten a lot of good experience. He's been around a lot of good coaches and had some success, but it's certainly a humbling moment, I'm sure, for him to be where he is right now.
We were looking forward to this Big 12 schedule release yesterday, and we were wondering if the Big 12 would give the middle finger to both Oklahoma and Texas before they left the conference. It looks like they did with Oklahoma.
Wow.
They begin Big 12 play with a road trip to Cincinnati, and then they end the season with their first ever trip to BYU. Would you agree with that?
Well, it certainly isn't an easy road schedule, and nobody else really has that. Looking through the composite here, as far as that type of travel. Now, their bye week is sort of where it should be, and the end of the season isn't overly taxing, but it'll be an interesting situation to see if Brent Venables can bounce back in year two from really a poor season in many respects in his debut. So I think somebody pointed this out yesterday that most of the continuing Big Ten schools did these fancy schedule releases with social media and videos, and I think OU and Texas just retweeted the Big 12 announcement. So I think they're ready to come to the SEC. Don't you guys think that's the case?
Yes. Hey, and we're all looking forward to the 2024 SEC schedule release. We're excited maybe to see Texas and Oklahoma pop up on that. Adam, I'm interested on what you think of. It's a national signing day today, but this is nothing like it used to be before we had this early signing period. It's very low key today. Is there a storyline that you're watching? Is it still some USC? Is it what's on your radar today for this second signing day?
Yeah, it really is, Loki. I mean, you kind of just forget that it's even a thing. Given what happened in December, and certainly the rush of the transfer portal with so many players that went in before it closed on January 18th. Yeah, quarterbacks are always interesting. Is something going to happen with Jaden Rashada today after the mess at Florida? That's something that I'll be tracking. But yeah, it definitely does not have the same. It's almost like we're now looking forward to that second portal window in May as the next big time for player movement and roster shaping, because there's going to be some players that go through spring ball and decide, you know what, I need to make a move, and it's going to start all over again in May.
All right, he covers college football for ESPN, does a great job. Go follow him on Twitter at ESPN Rittenberg is where you find Adam on Twitter, Adam Rittenberg of ESPN. Thank you so much for the time, Adam. Have a great week.
Okay, guys, thanks for having me on.
All right, buddy, take care. Adam with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Okay, after I tell you about Storm Restoration Roofing, I've got a headline that I think was a little misleading. I was joking with LT about this.
Okay.
And I want to get your dollar figure on what this headline. I'll give you time to think about it.
Well, I probably didn't read the story, so I just bit the headline.
Good, because LT gave a guess, and I'll let LT repeat his guess. But Athens Police Department releases damages done the night after the championship, the cost of all the damage done in downtown Athens due to celebration.
Okay.
Start thinking of what
all right,
that,
got you.
what
think of a number figure. All right.
To get that headline and that news release from the Athens Police Department. Okay.
All right, got you.
LT gave me a guess, but I'll tell you the details after I tell you the details about Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, when you got damage on your roof, some damage, it can be costly up there. He can go up there and fix it. He's got local crews, locally owned for over 20 years, family owned. He and his wife run the company. This is his actual cell number you can call to set up an appointment with him, or maybe to get a free no-cost roof inspection. He gives those out with no obligation. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Insurance companies trust him. They love him. He's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. That free no-cost roof inspection is just one click away on Facebook as well. Just go to Greg from Pell City on Facebook. If you're an active service person or in that family, reservist or veteran, he has some special offers, some free offers as well from right there at Storm Restoration Roofing. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook as well. So the Athens Police Department, they give a big financial release on all the damage done by Georgia fans after they just motorboated TCU in the national championship game, and they sent out that figure yesterday. To rise to that level, give me a dollar figure.
It's going to need to have six figures in it for it to be a story. And I could be way off here. I'm going to say the city of Philadelphia the other night had $250,000 worth of damage.
Oh, I mean, I think it was more than that probably.
You think so?
250.
Oh, yeah.
250 is a good guess.
What do you think they did?
Well, I mean, there were a lot of structures that were busted up. I would say there was probably
just
some
two
businesses that were busted up. Just a couple of cars is all it would take.
Two videos I saw was a awning collapse with people on it.
Yeah,
and,
I had that at 7,500.
And a pole collapse.
Yeah, that's going to be 10,000. 17,500.
Yeah.
I'm
six figures at least.
I'm going to say for it to be a story in the Athens Banner Herald, it's need to be north of $100,000 for me.
Yeah. LT, your guess was
about $10 million.
Yeah,
$10 million.
He said it had to get into at least $1 million.
You said about.
Yeah.
$10 million.
It's not a story to me. I mean, I expect hundreds of thousands of dollars after a celebration.
But $10 million? What would they have to do to do $10 million of damage?
Take a library down.
Hey,
it's Athens.
It was $56,000. $56,000.
Move on.
I told LT, chances are, is there not $56,000 worth of damage done on a Saturday night?
Yeah,
in Athens?
50 bars at 5 blocks is what they say, right?
60.
I mean,
60 bars at 6 blocks.
That's one flipped used Tahoe.
Yeah.
No,
it really is.
Not a story at all.
I mean, just $56,000.
Non-story.
Party harder, Georgia fans.
Non-story.
I mean, that's barely breaking a window.
I'm with you. If you get out of a normal Georgia weekend under $25,000, you're like, okay, we won right there.
It's cost of doing business on a weekend, right? $56,000 of damages.
I don't think Sherman did $10 million of damage, Lance. I can't imagine.
I equate it to 2023.
So I just thought that was a weird story.
Yeah, that is a weird one.
Oh, how much damage was done that night? Let me check. It was their second one. Probably not as much as the first one.
Yeah, but
$56,000. I was like,
you write that off.
Yeah.
I mean, no telling what they made in tax revenue by the sales tax revenue from the parade the next day. Do you think they made more than $56 million in sales tax revenue?
56,000. Yeah.
56,000. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, not 56 million.
I mean, I personally think the Stetson Bennett party was going to cost $56,000 in damages, right?
Yeah, that's a non-story. I can't believe they did that headline.
I did not. All right.
So what did you think when you read the headline? What number were you expecting?
Well, I thought it would at least get into six figures, Brent. I thought it would sniff $1 million. I was like, for this to be a big story, I mean, I'm like LT. You burn one car, and it's $56,000.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Scratch a few keys. Find one Alabama fan who lives in Athens and roll his yard. You get $56,000. All right, Auburn's in action tonight against the Georgia Bulldogs in a game that kicks off 3 games in 7 days for them, starting today. Georgia at home. Georgia beat them earlier. Revenge game for Auburn tonight at Neville, where they are a different team. Then they're on the road at Tennessee, and then on the road at Texas A&M. Next 7 days, those 3 games. Rockstar cut number 5, Bruce Pearl, right now talking about Auburn as they get ready to battle the Georgia Bulldogs. By the way, this rivalry in football is always close. 99 wins for Auburn, 97 wins for Georgia, all time in basketball, too. It's as close as a football one.
But, you have to say, this era notwithstanding, or withstanding, whatever, these have been 2 pretty bad basketball programs historically.
At different times, absolutely.
I mean, they've had long periods of languishing near the bottom of the SEC.
99 and 97, Georgia's only won 25 times ever in Auburn, which probably means you flip it around, Auburn hadn't won a lot in Georgia. Right?
The numbers both of these programs do have Final Four appearances.
They do. That's what's weird about it. They've had really high moments, but they've had a lot of low moments too. And some great players. I mean, Dominique Wilkins, Charles Barkley. I mean, there have been some great players.
Tennessee ever been to a Final Four?
Don't think so.
Tennessee?
Yeah, I don't think Tennessee has. I don't think Alabama has.
I'm not
sure. I know Alabama hasn't.
I know Missouri hasn't.
No. They're in a
Missouri used to be Elite 8 all the time in the 80s.
They did, but I don't think they've ever made Final Four. I don't think.
No, they didn't.
Anyway, back to Auburn tonight. Auburn and Georgia, 6 o'clock down at Neville Arena. Here's Bruce getting ready for a revenge game against the Dogs.
I told our guys, look, there are a couple games that matter on the schedule more than others. And that's the team in Athens, Georgia, and that's the team in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. That's just a fact. And so you want to endear yourself to the fan base. You want to make history. Those are teams that you got to beat. You got to be competitive with. And so we lost to Georgia the first time, and they outplayed us. And we managed. We're playing better now than we were there. That's a good thing. And I looked at that second game in the SEC. I look at us playing now. We're playing better than we were. But in some ways they are too. So just simply take it one at a time and don't look, at what's ahead.
Yeah, so they got 3 games in 7 days. We'll talk more Auburn basketball coming up. National Signing Day happening today. The one quarterback that everybody's been watching has made his announcement, and Jaden Rashada is joining Kenny Dillingham at Arizona State. And instantly, that does not seem like a place you could get the NIL money we heard about. That's one side of this. The other side of this Jaden Rashada to Arizona State story is the Pac-12 gets another high-profile quarterback in what is going to be a high-profile quarterback league this year in the Pac-12. It's a ton of good ones out there.
Yeah, I think it probably, at least on the surface right now, best quarterback league in college football. What is he getting paid?
Oh, well, I would be surprised if it's any more than 10% of what Florida was trying to pay him.
So what's 10% of $13 million?
$1.3 million.
$1.3 million.
I'd be surprised if it's any more than that at Arizona State.
Yeah, I would agree.
You just don't hear Arizona State and NIL money at all. So
not at all.
When that name was mentioned, you understood Kenny Dillingham and what he can do for a quarterback. While that makes sense, but for a guy who seemed to be so all in on NIL money, him going to Arizona State, or really, truthfully, Washington and some of these others that were mentioned, you thought maybe Oregon would be a place he ended up.
Yeah.
But he's with Kenny Dillingham. He's at Arizona State. and as they start to try to rebuild that program after the Herm Edwards infractions at the end there. So an interesting pick there from Jaden Rashada, the one-time almost Miami Hurricane, the one-time Florida Gator who got out of that commitment and is now going to be a Sun Devil. So it's forks up for Jaden Rashada. Much more as we continue on today. Our next guest is Todd Fuhrman. If you listen to Fuhrman every week here on the show, it's different time today. He'll be with us at 11 Central instead of 12 Central. So 11 Central for Fuhrman today. Andy Kennedy, UAB coach, with us at 12 noon today. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. They bring you the hotline every day. You can call the show, 205-734-0923, 734-0923, and JohnsonRVCenter.com will get you hooked up in 2023.
Yeah, and they're introducing their Coachman Freedom Express line. It's at the Coleman store now. They've got 2 stores. This is at the Coleman store, I-65, exit 304. They've got a great introductory offer on that 2023 Freedom Express 192 RBS. It's got a beautiful new interior design, lots of storage space, big fridge. It's yours for just $249 a month with approved credit. That's an amazing deal, $249 a month with approved credit. Don't forget the lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. That's at the Coleman store, I-65 exit 304. See all their stuff too, though, at the Decatur store, I-65 exit 334, and see everything online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Boy, I'm watching this this Kentucky basketball SEC story on one of our TVs down here. No audio, just see it running by. Sports gambling fixing was big stories back in the day.
So they were talking about, well, it was the City College of New York, right? That was the first really, really, really big college fix scandal. Yeah. And I don't know how Kentucky factors into that.
I don't know any of the details about it. It just was up there, and it was making the newsreel headlines there, and I was like, oh, okay. Big deal back then. You don't hear a lot of that anymore.
Sports fixing?
Yeah, you don't hear it's not national stories, 3 players being jailed. Either we cover it up or we do a better job of policing it now, or there's just so much money being made by the athletes that the fixing isn't as prevalent anymore.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of people that were suggesting the NFL is fixed based on last weekend's results.
Yeah. No, I mean, it just looked like there was one side or another. I've said this before. There's too much money at stake. You're not going to have a professional athlete with the money they're making and what they were risking to actually fix a game.
I can't remember who I saw say this on Twitter, but it is 100%. Oh, I do
Joe
remember.
Klatt.
No. It was Fuhrman. I think it was Fuhrman that said, trust me, if the NFL were fixing games, if the NFL were arranging outcomes of games, the Dallas Cowboys would have been in a Super Bowl over the last 25 years, and they have not been.
You would get a lot of Rams, Cowboys, Jets, and Giants.
That's right. Major markets.
Every now and then would be in Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Because it just drives the ratings.
Yep.
Drives the ratings.
It is amazing how they would find out who was fixing games back in the day.
Well, City College of New York, I bet you started with 7 families, right?
Yeah.
There were 7 families. You're like, I know one of these families is involved, if not multiple.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Since they were involved, you would think that they would get away with it.
But you know how that works, right? Somebody gets popped, and in order for him not to get Law and Order phrase popped, and for order for him not to go, longer in jail, he pleads down by giving you somebody else. Oh, you want to know what's happening? I got 3 players who fixed that game the other night there, Shorty. And then boom.
Shorty. Wow, we got you now.
But, it's like the technology wasn't nearly as good. The investigative work wasn't nearly as good. I'm watching a documentary right now that you might have brought up on the viewing menu, Rocky. DB Cooper, Where Are You?
Yeah, it's on the HBO, or is
it's
it
on
HBO
Netflix. But it's the dude that in 1970, it was a Northwest airline. He actually hijacks it.
Yep.
And takes $200,000 out and parachutes out the back of it.
They never found his body, right?
They have never found his body.
Yep.
They found a little bit of the money, but some people think he planted the money there where they would kind of throw him off the scent. But I mean, it's just an amazing story. There is zero chance you could get away with that now.
And don't a lot of people go looking for the $200,000 in the woods in that area?
A lot of people have, but more people are trying to find out. They want to be the guy that breaks the case on who DB Cooper is, and they've got one guy in mind that they believe is him. But
am I wrong? Bank robberies seem like they're down. Like we don't have as many bank robberies as we used to.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, I would be that there are more?
Went to high school with, he robbed like 3 or 4.
Recently?
Oh, I mean, within the last 10 years.
Oh, I just mean recently, though. I just think technology has gotten so good, they know that it's a low percentage I'm getting away with a bank robbery right now. Like, I bet you we get 80% of bank robberies.
I bet we've had 2 this week.
But also, I don't think banks publicize it either. You know what I'm saying?
They don't share the footage anymore. They just send it straight to the cops, and the cops share it?
I just don't think they don't want people to know they were robbed. So they do tell authorities, but it's not something that First Bank of Dunaway's not out there saying, "Man, we got robbed the other day."
Oh, First Bank of Dunaway. I would
have
my money at the First Bank of Dunaway.
They got out of here with $200,000.
How about this? One man, Jordan James Nixon, faces federal charge for robbing 12 different banks between November 2021 and January 2022 in Denver and Boulder.
See, they caught him.
Colorado led the nation last year in bank robberies.
Yeah. See, they caught him.
Prime time.
Yep.
We're coming to those banks.
Well, you got to get that NIL money up.
That's right, somehow.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends with the Birmingham Squadron. Little action tonight down at Legacy Arena. I don't know. Did you guys see the Futures game, NBA All-Star game? Jabari Smith and Walker Kessler are future stars, the rising stars they're called. They'll be part of the Rising Stars game. You got to be either a rookie or a sophomore in the NBA or part of the G League. A handful of G League stars that are going to be in there. But congratulations to Kessler and Jabari Smith for making that Rising Star All-Star list for NBA All-Star Weekend. The Squadron's running. I'm bringing that up because Mac McClung of the Delaware Blue Coats, who are in town tonight playing our Birmingham squadron. He's not only in the Slam Dunk Contest NBA All-Star Weekend, he's one of the rising stars who they say, watch out, will be in the NBA very soon. He's in Birmingham tonight. Mardi Gras night at Legacy Arena. The first 1,000 fans will be part of the Mardi Gras bead giveaway as well. It's the last squadron home game for 3 weeks. Road games and an all-star break coming up, so last chance to get down there. 7 o'clock tonight, Legacy Arena. Squadron tickets always at Ticketmaster.com. Great family fun. Ticketmaster.com, or call 205-719-0850. 719-0850 for your squadron tickets. 7 o'clock tonight at Legacy Arena.
So 62 bank robberies in 2021 in Colorado, and I'll let it go. But Dunaway is right. It's this big article, and it says banks don't want to talk about it. And it talks about the fact that that banking companies are notoriously tight-lipped about physical breaches.
Well, someone in the chat room, I'm in the business. We keep it very hush-hush for the most part. A lot of banks pay off-duty cops to be on site. So I guess they are keeping it hush-hush.
Meanwhile, Bobby says, I don't think Jim could be more wrong about bank robberies. The banks don't control the flow of info to the media.
That's true. I mean, they do have to report it to the police, and the police a lot of times need the help of the public to identify people on the grainy security video. That's the worst security video, by the way. Like, I've had to look at some recently, some security video, and I'm like, I don't know how you guys ever make an arrest off this stuff. And the police are like, yeah, tell us about it.
I would have think 2020 would have been maybe the easiest time to rob a bank with the mask.
Oh, there's no doubt, yeah.
Was a lot going on. All right, Rashada on National Signing Day has picked Arizona State. Jaden Lewis of Huntsville is going to pick Auburn today, 4-star corner over Arkansas, Florida State, and Colorado. Some other names out there we'll keep an eye on. 11:45 today, Hugh Freeze will be talking casually to the media. They asked us not to carry that live, no live streaming. So Hugh Freeze later today talking about what Auburn has done, not only recruiting, but also with the portal and spring practice coming up. Trent Dilfer down at UAB will meet the media at 2 o'clock today. Maybe UAB brings in some other parts now that Dilfer's been on the job. So it's National Signing Day that's going on. Also, basketball continues as it's now February. So this is where you start usually discussing bubbles and things like that. A couple of big games last night in basketball. First of all, Kansas got back at Kansas State. What Auburn's hoping to do with Georgia tonight is what Kansas did to Kansas State last night. A little rivalry game, clapped back 90-78. Kevin McCullough had a big game, 16 points, 13 rebounds. But if you watch that game, and I was trying to watch it on ESPN Plus, I didn't have a streaming problem. I had a basketball quality problem. Two great basketball teams who had 47 fouls and 71 free throws. It was a hard game to watch. And I'm not saying the officiating was wrong. I'm just saying that they played such a physical defensive game that you had to call the fouls. They were fouls.
Amazing only had one guy fell out of that entire game.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, it was nonstop free throw shooting.
I don't like watching 71 free throws. I understand it. It was boring basketball.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with it. And it was such a great game last week when they went to overtime and Kansas State's win. But Kansas, they do get the win. Jalen Wilson, who's been so good all year for the Kansas Jayhawks, 20 points last night. And now both of those teams identical records at 18-4 and 6-3 in the Big 12.
Yeah, that's you asked. Who'd you ask the question of the other day? It was a basketball guy we had on the show, and you're like,
best team in the Big 12.
Yeah, who's going to win the Big 12?
I had Texas,
and it stumped our guest. 7-2 Texas, 4 teams at 6-3, and then Baylor there at 5-4. So you got 6 teams all right there, still with striking distance to win that league. And we know how good they are top to bottom.
Well, it was Andy Katz, and he went with Kansas, and I think a lot of that is history. I mean, Bill Self just doesn't seem to lose regular season Big 12 championships, and they've got the best player in the league in Jalen Wilson.
You got bubble win last night for Maryland, 66-55 over Indiana. Big for Willard there at Maryland. Clemson, who's, even after the loss last night, they're 18-5 and 10-2 in the ACC. But everyone always puts them on the list of
most overrated.
Most overrated because they lose to BC last night. Boston College, 62-54. It's a quad 3 loss. They got a Q3 loss, Brown, 2 quad 4 losses, and yet they're 10-2 in the ACC.
Where do you think that would normally put you? You love the KenPom. Where would that type of erase what you know about Clemson? Say, oh my gosh, this is a 10-2 ACC team who is 18-5 overall. Where would you expect to see them?
Usually,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Usually
that's a top 15. If they had North Carolina or Duke on their jersey, they'd be a top 15 Ken Pom.
I bet they're in the 30s.
But
67.
Yeah, with those losses, I mean, they lead the ACC, but if they don't win their tournament, they are definitely struggling to make the tournament.
I mean,
That's the weirdest thing.
They'll get in the tournament,
I guess,
just because they're going to end up having around 25 wins. But when you lose to teams like South Carolina and last night to BC, the only quality win you've got is Duke, and that was when Duke was ranked, and
And Duke's 29th. Duke's 29th. They're not. I watched them last night.
Obviously, to what Duke has been in the past.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State, Oklahoma tonight, 8 o'clock ESPN2. Providence and Xavier, 5:30 FS1. Pitt and North Carolina, 6 o'clock on the ACC network. Of course, Auburn goes on the Auburn Radio Network, and then the SEC network at 6 o'clock. Georgia and Auburn tonight at Neville Arena. Auburn right now 4th in the SEC standing, 6-2 behind Alabama, Texas A&M, and Tennessee there. Speaking of Texas A&M, they took one on the chin last night. Arkansas hands it to them, 81-70. Ricky Council was unbelievable. That Arkansas team still looks good to me, and I know you probably still doubt Texas A&M.
I do. I have not bought into Texas A&M. Arkansas, I think, is finally close to they still don't have their. I guess he was going to be their best player. Was he going to be their best player?
Nick Smith.
Nick Smith. He was going to be their best player, right?
He was the best recruit in college basketball. Yeah.
So but I guess when you consider how much time he's missed, they are starting to look a little bit more like you thought they would be, right? And I don't buy into Texas A&M. I need to look at Texas A&M's second half schedule here, but I think you're about to see them fade. Yeah. Like if they finish middle of the conference, it would not blow me away at all.
So they played the other half of the schedule coming up because we're at the midway point of the SEC. Kentucky beats Ole Miss. But I wanted to get to this question about this Kentucky basketball team. They beat Ole Miss last night, but it wasn't as impressive as most people thought it was going to be against an Ole Miss team. Where do you think Kentucky is right now? Do you think Kentucky is a bubble team? Are they comfortably in the tournament? They got some big games coming up against A&M and Arkansas that could sort of cement themselves into that tournament conversation.
Well, last night was a game you can't lose. They did not lose. They ended up actually covering on the road there. But they're 15-7. They're 6-3 in what is one of the best conferences in college basketball, and it's still a brand. And if you're Kentucky, what you got to look at is you still have some really big games coming up. Against Tennessee, against Auburn, at Arkansas. So you've got opportunities to still get some quad one wins.
Absolutely. I got a story about a football recruit on this National Signing Day as a walk-on. But if I tell you if 5'9", 165 running back, 5'9", 165 running back, hold that thought. Just picture that guy.
I got him.
5'9", 165 running back. What kind of school would he be going to? But first, LT, tell us about our friends at Hemphill. New month now, but Hemphill's still providing quality services for your plumbing, heating, and cooling.
Yeah, I told you something for February was coming for Hemphill. I'm about to pull it right now. Our friends at Hemphill Services offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill to make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
5'9", 165 running back. Matthew says Vestavia JV team.
Well, I'll quickly say this, and Alabama fans saw a little bit of him. That's not that far off from Deuce Vaughn. That's taller than Deuce Vaughn, but also lighter by probably 10, 15 pounds than Deuce Vaughn. I don't know what Deuce Vaughn played at weight-wise, but he's like 5'6".
Yeah, 5'6", 5'7", probably 175, 180 pounds.
Yeah, but you got to go from 5'6" and what he was size-wise.
3 inches taller.
Yeah, 3 inches taller and skinnier.
10 or 15 pounds lighter. Yeah, so that's a problem.
You're talking about a figure like this.
Yeah.
Would it surprise you that he is now a walk-on in the SEC?
That would surprise me a bit.
At Florida.
That's even more surprising.
But there's a reason why, because this shows you how smart Billy Napier is. 5'9", 165 running back, Anthony Rubio.
Marco's kid.
The son of Senator Marco Rubio is a preferred walk-on at Florida.
It's very interesting.
Playing the political game a little bit.
Yeah, I would imagine.
And I thought Rubio was a big Miami guy.
Not when his son is looking for a place to play in the greatest
maybe I'm
football
wrong on
conference
that.
out there. 5'9", 165, Senator Marco Rubio's kid, preferred walk-on at Florida. I picture now a beautiful 4-lane road from Billy Napier's house right to the football offices with no stoplights, no intersections or anything.
No bumps.
Just a great overpass from the driveway of Napier right to the football complex.
To Lance's point, he went undergrad Florida, grad Miami. So he's had both. So he went with the old undergrad program. I'm not going to try to force it on Mario. I'll force it on Billy Napier.
5'9", 165, Forster says could be Bruce Pearl's next point guard. Come on, Forrest.
The Shepherd on Twitter said it's Terry Bowden wherever he is. It's his next running back. Terry did like the small running backs, didn't he?
Yeah. I knew it wasn't Terry Bowden, though, because at 165, it's been a long time since Terry didn't see 165 at Samford. All right, when we come back, a lot more college football Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more Todd Fuhrman at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you by our friends at New York Butcher Shop, where last night I had the steak. It was delicious, man. You guys are not wrong about the Wagyu.
You went in the skillet?
I went in the skillet with that butter and a little olive oil, and I kept spooning it as it melted or whatever, marbleized or whatever. I kept spooning it on top. It was delicious.
Did anybody else get a bite?
No, not at all. I
Jimmy.
didn't have lunch yesterday, so I went home and I prepared an early dinner right around 5 o'clock.
Our man Jim at the New York Butcher Shop was nice enough to bring us some of that Wagyu last Friday. They've got a great selection of fine wines, desserts, and how about the Valentine's Day dinner for two package? It includes 2 8-ounce choice filet, 2 loaded twice-baked potatoes, 2 garden salads, yeast rolls, all for $59.99. You can upgrade to Prime for just $10 more. 2 great locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Order in advance the Valentine's Day special, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the next round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
You know what I've noticed? When Rockstar was getting Rittenberg on the phone while he was doing something, music plays a long time. When I'm not back in my seat yet and it's empty.
Rockstar, do you have a response to that?
Well, you have to assume I can't hear, so I don't know what's playing. I don't want to just.
Yes.
So when I'm on the phone with somebody, I try to guess to not make it so bad, but I will fix that immediately, Jim.
No.
No. I love when you do that. I love it when you make the music play too long.
No. You didn't open my mic, is what I was saying. You were talking to Adam there, but boy, we're rushing back in from that bathroom run and signing legal papers. 38 records Tom Brady holds right now, according to Todd Fuhrman.
Not surprising.
As he retires from the NFL, 38 NFL records.
I don't know that anybody will. I mean, I know, look, the game changes all the time. I guess the most prestigious one he holds is all-time passing yardage. I mean, well, I guess most prestigious he holds is rings. But as far as like a numerical record, the all-time passing yards, and I just don't think anybody's going to catch him. I mean,
touchdown passes.
I would go yards over TDs, but, I mean, yards is, I guess, a longevity record. But he's at 89,214 yards after this season, which has a 9,000-yard lead over Drew Brees. 9,000 over second place.
How about the only NFL player to win a Super Bowl championship in 3 different decades?
That's pretty tough to do.
That's going to be hard to do. You're going to have to time your career just right for that.
But on the passing yards, Aaron Rodgers is 30,000 pass yards behind him. So that'll never happen. Matt Stafford is 37,000 pass yards behind him. So that ain't happening.
Never happened.
He threw a touchdown pass, Tom Brady did, to 35 different players in the postseason.
I can name all 35 right now.
Fire away.
You cannot.
Edelman.
Yeah.
Bunch of white guys.
96 different players in the regular season a touchdown pass to. So you're one of 96 if you caught a touchdown pass from Tom Brady.
I mean, it's crazy. I did see this too, and here's a stat, and I wish I could give credit, but Twitter's moving fast today. He is the last active Montreal Expo draft pick to retire from sports.
The last one.
The last one.
And I guess
I'm assuming somebody wasn't joking about that. They've really done the research.
I saw the picture last night of him with a chest guard on. I mean, he was a catcher, and I kind of remember him being a catcher, but looking at him in an Expos uniform as a catcher looked extremely strange.
Like, I think the only time I watched, well, I'm not going to say that. I was about to say the only time I watched him play in college was that game against Alabama, but I can't swear to that.
Right.
I certainly don't remember being drafted as a catcher.
Yeah, you didn't see him play as a catcher though, right?
I didn't.
Me either.
Until much later did I even know the Expos drafted the guy.
You know,
I remember Drew.
He was a fat kid. Did you guys ever see him?
Yeah. He had body issues. Drew Henson was the quarterback he was going head-to-head with, and that was the baseball star. Am I right about that?
Yeah.
It was he and Drew Henson. And Henson had been drafted by the Yankees, yeah. Mm-hmm. So when you thought of a Michigan quarterback baseball star, it was more Henson than Brady.
Much more on Tom Brady's retirement in basketball. Alabama dominant last night. Auburn getting ready to play tonight. Any other National Signing Day news that breaks in just a second. But first, I want to tell you about the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place to go to school, or maybe your son or daughter is looking for that great place to go to school, Montevallo is a place you should at least look at. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. First, if you want to continue your athletic career, how about Montevallo? They got 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports right there. You name it, they play it at Montevallo other than football. Fully funded, great institution when it comes to athletics. Academically, small class sizes, great place to go to school there. New buildings going up all the time. Wonderful class sizes. They're small. That helps you academically. The price point's good. The campus is beautiful. You just can't beat Montevallo. Montevallo.edu to schedule that in-person tour. Montevallo.edu. 39 times Tom Brady threw 4 touchdown passes in a game. 104 times he threw 3 touchdown passes in the game. 204 times he had multiple touchdown passes in the game. Those are all NFL records.
I thought he threw 5.5 or 5 1/4.
What do you mean 5.5?
5 touchdowns in a quarter?
Oh, in a quarter. Okay, so 5 1/4. What is him? What kind of math is this?
He's got
5 1/4 is pretty incredible.
Most playoff wins, 35. Most playoff games played, 48. So he's done a lot in the
What would you
postseason
guys
too.
say his greatest moment was? I think it was recent.
I think it was actually I think his greatest moment was the comeback over the Falcons.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
That team was dead and gone in that game, 28-3. You just do not come back from those deficits.
I watched that game at the Redmond Hotel, downtown
really?
Birmingham.
You did.
How about that?
With me, yeah.
Just to lead a team back in that situation on that stage, I'm not certain we'll ever see anything like that. I'd say that was his finest moment.
I would agree. I mean, down 28-3, that game was absolutely over. I think Pastor Maggs was there.
She was.
Yeah.
She was,
But,
absolutely.
I mean, he couldn't make a mistake. I mean, you have no margin for error at that point. You can't punt. You can't make mistakes. You can't throw an interception. You can't fumble a football. You can't miss on a key third down. I mean, you got to have every drive at that point. And he basically, I don't remember every pass, but mistake-free football for a very long time. And Lance, we're saying that on a team that went undefeated through the regular season and through 2 playoff games before they lost in the Super Bowl. Do you know how hard that is to do?
Yeah, I would.
But if he had closed that deal,
greatest accomplishment would have been that.
Right, if he closes the deal, but they couldn't close the deal. And I just want to say that all of these stats you're talking about, all these records you're talking about, are coming in the time of the greatest parity we've ever seen in the NFL. There's never been more parity in the NFL. They have spread the wealth so well in the NFL that the teams are so close to equal, and he's done that in that era.
Well, and you think about how many stories he was involved with. You mentioned Deflategate earlier, the tuck rule, going back to the first ever postseason win for him in Foxborough against a really good Raiders team. And the impact the tuck rules had for more than 20 years now.
Before Rockstar gives us his viewing menu, Sean Payton went to the Broncos yesterday. That became official. We talked about Demeco Ryans earlier, but we got squeezed on time, and Sean Payton, we didn't get to him. He goes and tries to fix Russell Wilson. Just the amount of capital they gave away to pair up Sean Payton and Russell Wilson. 7 draft picks, 3 in the first round, 3 in the second round they've given up to get the quarterback and the coach, and they're now together. Do you think they give up too much in giving up that first-round pick to get Sean Payton? The Saints are happy because he wasn't going to coach for the Saints anymore, so they may get their future quarterback at the end of the first round, or at least a good player at the end of the first round, or maybe they're able to pair something together to go up into the draft to get their quarterback.
Well, look, if Payton can replicate, obviously, what he did in New Orleans, then it's going to be well worth it. I don't know how this is going to work out with an aging Russell Wilson. His system is going to be much different. He's going to bring in immediate respect. I mean, there's going to be a huge difference between him and Nathaniel Hackett, who was there 1 year and fired.
He's a great play caller, though, right?
He is a very good play caller. I think he is, he's a top 5 coach right now in the NFL.
I love when your Rams hate for the Saints come out. He's a very good play caller, you said. I said he's a great play caller. You said he's a very good play caller.
I think he's a very good play caller.
Okay, but
let's not forget he went 3 consecutive 7-9 seasons.
And he had all of his success, or not all of his success, but a lot of his success with Drew Brees, who is a Hall of Fame quarterback, one of the greatest we've ever seen. The question becomes...
But didn't Drew Brees have all of his success with Sean Payton, too?
Yeah, he had a little bit at San Diego, but the majority of his success came with Sean Payton. But the question becomes, are you getting with Russell Wilson late Drew Brees when Sean Payton had to coach around Drew Brees? Like, they had to bring other guys in to throw the deep ball. Is that the Russell Wilson he would get if that's who he's coaching in Denver?
And that's the ultimate unknown right now. I mean, this offense was awful.
Like you mentioned, his 7-9s, a lot of that was because he had an aging quarterback that just couldn't get the ball down the field anymore.
Yeah, I think this Broncos defense is good. You've got weapons out there. When you look at Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, Noah Fant, you've got some weapons to work with. And Russell Wilson, there were moments at the end of the season. One of those moments wasn't against the Rams when Hackett ultimately got fired. But this is a team that scored under 17 points 11 different times. Can you imagine if they just would have hit the 17-point plateau in those games? They would have won the division.
No, you're right about that. That's hard to be that bad on offense.
So we'll see what the Broncos do now with Peyton and very little draft capital, and what the Saints are able to do now with an extra first-round draft pick. on what they can do for their future. Rockstar, who will be at trivia tonight down at Odie's, also has what he's watching on television tonight. What I would imagine when you're on tour preparing for 2 different shows this weekend, you're not watching a lot of TV these days.
I'm not, but I can still look at stuff. Netflix yesterday released a new Pamela Anderson documentary called Pamela: A Love Story. In her own words, through personal video and diaries, Pamela shares the story of her rise to fame, rocky romances, and an infamous sex tape scandal. I just read this. Do you know how much in residuals she gets from Baywatch a year?
Oh, it's worldwide, so I would say
very popular in Europe.
I'd say she makes $300,000 a year.
I was going to say $175,000.
She had a bad deal when she was a young actress. She gets around $4,000 a year
That is
in residuals from
that
Baywatch.
sucks. I wonder if they all got that.
I don't know. I'm sure Hasselhoff.
Yeah,
gets more.
Hasselhoff. He probably had a
'Cause
producer's credit.
He was coming off Knight Rider.
Yeah. Other than him, I bet they all the
$4,000 a year.
All the good-looking girls, I bet, getting very little. Oh, this world.
And another thing on Netflix, Gunther's Millions. We talked about him. A dog with a trust fund isn't the strangest part of the story. Gunther's eccentric handler also lives a luxury life with a cult-like entourage. Lunsford was giving me a little information. He has how much is his bank account?
So there's a trust that's in his name that's $400 million, and his net worth is $580 million.
In the dog's name?
Yes.
In the dog's name.
And so
must be a good dog.
He inherited it. The dog's grandfather was a dog to some rich countess over in Germany or something like that, and the dog inherited it from the countess, and then it's gone like through the dog because it technically is the dog's, and there's like a board of trustees I think that handles like all the dog's finances. They bought Madonna's old house for like $32 million, and the dog sleeps in Madonna's old master bedroom and all that kind of stuff.
So the dog's living better than Ladybird.
But an honest,
the only one, but yes.
An honest question though: if a boulder rolled through your house and took you and the roommate out, is there any paperwork on who takes care of Ladybird, where Ladybird goes at that point?
Yeah, we've got a plan.
You got a plan?
Mm-hmm. Okay. No, I mean you got to have a plan.
I know Brown and we're not part of the plan.
I love the fact that a boulder went through your house today.
No, well,
there's video of that.
It happened in Honolulu.
Yeah, it's crazy video.
Yeah, pull that for trash, by the way. It is nuts.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Wait, we already know where you stand on this.
No. I mean, it's just people. Look, you earn your money. I believe in personal freedom.
You should not care what they do. I don't care what you do.
No. Hang on.
He was about to say, I don't care.
No. Hang on. Can I say what I'm going to say before y'all say what I was going to say?
Todd Fuhrman coming up.
You earn your money. I believe in personal freedoms, but I can't imagine being so selfish with money that you leave that kind of money to a dog. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
Documentary.
People starving worldwide, and you got a dog.
Well, you don't know what they're doing with that trust fund.
Well,
Maybe
I hope they're donating a lot of it.
I bet that's what they're doing. They're working for good with that dog.
I bet that's not what they're doing.
Give
They
some money to
spent
Pamela. She
$32
needs
million on a house so they could sleep in Madonna's bed. You think they're working for good for people?
But the dog needs to be taken care of too.
Yeah,
you can do both.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, Brown. You won't believe this, that wouldn't give their dog up for $32 million.
Yeah, I don't believe that, but. Even that, once you're dead, and the dog can be taken care of for a lot less than $460 million.
Late for a break here, Nichols Outfitters brings us part of the show. Todd Fuhrman around the corner to talk about the Super Bowl coming up, a little basketball news, and some other stuff that Fuhrman talks to us about all the time. We get to talk with Todd Fuhrman after Browning tells us about Nichols.
Hey, and don't forget, with deer season on us, you can get 50% off all deer hunting accessories, deer calls, scents, attractants now through the end of February from the team at Nichols Outfitters. Hurry in, 50% off deer hunting accessories now through the end of February. Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped. It makes sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at Manscaped.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Boy, maybe Fuhrman can give us an early line on Oklahoma at Cincinnati in the first Big 12 game ever for Cincinnati. We'll talk about that Big 12 schedule coming up a little bit later on. Fuhrman here in just a second. This hour of the show being brought to you always by our friend Sterling in Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Champy's world-famous fried chicken. You get it at champyschicken.com. Alabama a winner last night. They slammed the doors. Vanderbilt with a 101-44 win, the largest SEC win in program history. It's the largest margin of victory in a game between two Power 5 conference or Power Conference programs since 2014 when Louisville beat Rutgers by 61. It's that big of a beatdown last night. It broke the record for Alabama as a program from back in February of 1947 when they beat Ole Miss back then in 1947. So a big win for Alabama last night. Brandon Miller was good. The whole team was good as the Tide gets a win. Georgia and Auburn tonight, 6 o'clock SEC Network. The Tigers 6-2 in the SEC. One of their losses to Georgia, they try to get a little revenge game going tonight in that one. Tom Brady has announced his retirement for good, and then that Big 12 schedule released yesterday. We'll get to that coming up. But right now, let's talk to Fuhrman.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you find Todd Fuhrman. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He's also on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman, and he is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. Let's just hope this is a safe space and you guys aren't going to ask me questions about if I have game scripts for the NFL, knowing that it's inevitably rigged and that sports books are in on the collusion that we saw Sunday afternoon between the Chiefs and Bengals.
Wasn't it you that made the point on Twitter? I gave you credit that if they were rigging games for the NFL, the Cowboys would have been in Super Bowl over the last 25 years. I think you made that point.
You know, honestly, I never thought the internet could get dumber, but they continue to raise the bar every single day. And the scary part about all of it, regardless of how ridiculous a conspiracy may be, there's always somebody else out there that's going to agree with you. So the idiots grow en masse, and clearly this is exactly the world we live in now, as people still haven't let it go, and they can't tell that there are professional players that are having fun at their expense.
Damar Hamlin body double, man. It's not even the craziest conspiracy of this football season.
It's insane. Honestly, as if sports don't give us enough great storylines to talk about, we have to go out and try and invent things and figure that somebody in a cabal where it's Roger Goodell and powers that we don't even know exist trying to figure out how they can pull one over on us.
So I was on the wrong side of both. I had the Bengals. I had the 49ers. We knew the 49ers was over early. I felt good about the Bengals even, deep into the game. I don't know what side you were on, but how did the books end up doing on the championship games?
Didn't have a side in the Bengals-Chiefs game. Did have an under ticket that actually ended up going off at a bad number in the grand scheme of things. 147.5. That closed 49, and obviously needed a little bit of luck and things to go my way over the final 9-10 minutes to get it to fall there. The early game I was with you, I value bet San Francisco +3, realized that ticket was going to be a tax write-off as soon as Brock Purdy tore his UCL and wasn't going to sweat that out. As far as the sports books, they were on the wrong side of the Philadelphia 49ers game. As we know, people bet the Eagles like they knew the final score. The problem that the books ran into there is that professional bettors were the ones getting out ahead of it, and then you had recreational bettors on game day continue to pile in. As far as the other game, that one actually worked out. Depending on the book, they needed Kansas City in that spot because they took a ton of money both from professional bettors and recreational bettors early in the week on the Cincinnati Bengals. So as long as that game didn't end 1 or 2 either way, books were going to find themselves in a good spot. And as we head towards next weekend, all indications are that we're going to see great two-way action between the Chiefs and Eagles.
Looking forward to all the props, and I know we'll get into that next week. You always have a great Super Bowl prop bet show coming up for us. But I've been amazed at how Travis Kelce continues to be a guy who scores a lot of touchdowns. If I was going to place a bet on somebody to score first in the Super Bowl, is there anybody else other than Kelce you would go with? He's got to be your betting favorite, right?
Jalen Hurts, actually, for some of the books, is the betting favorite, knowing how likely he is to be the guy to put it in from 1 or 2 yards out, and with Philadelphia, a slight favorite. But Kelce's number is going to come down, and it's always interesting when you look at the popularity of that first touchdown scorer market. It's really picked up over the last couple of years, because for a while you could only bet into that kind of market in prime time. Now in every single NFL game you can take advantage, and what we've seen during the playoffs, it's been a lot of discussion about tight ends, knowing that they've become real reliable threats in the red zone and people trying to gravitate towards that. But when you're looking at anytime touchdown score market, Travis Kelce is the only player in the game where you're going to have to lay a price. If you look around the market now, the going rate is right around minus $1.20, meaning risk 12 to win 10. Everybody else comes in at plus money. But these are the kind of games that we talk about, guys, and have for years, that sportsbooks would love nothing more than if both teams gained 37 total yards and the game ended 3-2, as long as this, I should say 6-3, because if there was a safety mixed in there, that wouldn't put them in a good spot.
Todd Fuhrman is with us. BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you find all his podcasts. You can follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. But I do want to go back to the line, because all year long I've been told how much better the AFC is than the NFC. And then when we get to the Super Bowl, I've got the NFC team favored. Why is it? First of all, have I been told wrong that the AFC is better? And then why would the NFC team be favored?
Well, first off, we can start with the number and where it actually opened. Some of the sharpest books out there did make Kansas City a slight 2.5-point favorite when this number opened. That price didn't last long, and by the time, we kind of shut things down on Sunday night, you had Philadelphia as a 2.5-point favorite. So a 5-point move on the surface, but as we discuss all the time, not through any key numbers, so it only changes win probability slightly. Now, you did have a couple of prominent offshore books get to 3. That didn't last at all, and since that number settled in on Monday, you've seen a steady flow of Chiefs cash, bringing that price down a shade. When you look at these two teams and their full body of work, the one thing and detractors are going to use against Philadelphia is overall strength of schedule. 31st in the league. You run through who they had to play to get to this point in the season. Not exactly a murderer's row of quarterbacks by any stretch of the imagination. But on the other side for Kansas City, they're the team that you're going to have to monitor the injury report from now until kickoff, figuring out if the receiving core that they finished the fourth quarter with against Cincinnati will be that group that Patrick Mahomes needs to lean on. And the other key piece, L'Jarius Sneed. Can he get through concussion protocol? I'm not sure Kansas City wants to go into a game of this magnitude with 3 rookies in their defensive backfield, knowing that Philadelphia is a little bit more versatile offensively than they get credit for. And if they'll have opportunities to take over the top, you'll see them try and stretch the field whenever possible.
I've never done this, but I've thought about it. Are you one of those that believes instead of laying the points and laying the juice, just try to pick the Super Bowl MVP for the team that you think is going to win?
I think it makes a lot of sense when you're trying to go about it, but when I look at this game, LT, I can make a case for Philadelphia finding a defensive or an MVP not named Jalen Hurts, just because I don't think he's of that Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes class yet. Now, on the other side for Kansas City, makes a heck of a lot more sense, in my opinion, that if Kansas City is going to win this football game, unless it's 13-10 and it's Harrison Butker banging in field goals from 60+, they're going to do everything they can to make a case for Patrick Mahomes being that guy, like we saw a couple of years ago when Kansas City won the Super Bowl, and Mahomes shouldn't have been the MVP, in my opinion. So I'm always cautious to tell people just go all in on the MVP instead of trying to make a case for either team on the money line. But in these kind of situations, there's a reason that Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes are the only two players on the board right now priced less than 10-1. But you look at Philadelphia, and you have to wonder if it was a low-scoring game and Hassan Reddick was as disruptive a force in this game as he was in the NFC Championship, if he could find a way to sneak into the party somewhere in that 40 or 50-1 range.
Is there a place in Vegas where I can bet on whether or not Tom Brady comes back to the NFL already? I mean, because even the banner headline says it's his second retirement, so that leaves the door open for a third one at some point, I guess.
And most books pulled the where will Tom Brady take his next snap prop off the board this morning. I don't think those are going to circulate again, but if you happen to get that inside intel, you may be able to beat odds makers to the market like some folks were when they took the Tampa Bay Buccaneers odds to win the division with Brady in the mix from right around plus 120, drifted that out to plus 250, and then you saw the mad dash for them to crash that point spread. But I think the better discussion now is who's the best quarterback in the NFC, especially if Aaron Rodgers changes addresses and goes over to the AFC, but a real separation of the haves and have-nots, and you can make the case that it's much like the varsity and the JV, that if Jalen Hurts wins the Super Bowl this next weekend, that he may end up being the most decorated quarterback in the NFC draw.
Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Before you go basketball real quick, Auburn is hosting Georgia tonight, who they lost to just a few weeks ago, and now they turn around an 11.5-point favorite at Neville Arena. Is this that says a lot about where Auburn is going and where Georgia has gone since that game, obviously. What do you like on this one?
Big number here, and obviously an Auburn side that comes in off back-to-back losses. You know, they weren't nearly as competitive, in my opinion, on Saturday against West Virginia as the 80-77 score indicated, but don't tell that to anybody that had an Auburn ticket plus 3.5 that probably thought it was going to be dead and buried with about 10 minutes to go in the game. We talk about games like this, and with the revenge angle here, it does feel like a lay it or don't play it type scenario. Not quite as pronounced as what the market offered up last night between Kansas and Kansas State in a revenge game where people couldn't understand why the Jayhawks were an 8.5, 9-point favorite in that spot. But you'd like to think Auburn gets it together. You talked about Georgia and their current form. I think this could be a get-right game. I'm just hopeful that Vanderbilt doesn't have to play Alabama in any other major sports after what we saw last night in the football season earlier this year.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, any truth to the rumor that you had Vandy plus a 15.5?
No, but I think the better story would be if I told you I used a 6-point teaser across dead numbers in college basketball and teased them up to 21.5. But I did not have a ticket on Jerry Stackhouse's bunch. I would, however, be looking to try and back Vanderbilt in their next game coming up, potentially in the first half, knowing that they're on a 3-game losing streak. But I would not want to be part of the Ole Miss Rebels when they have to go into Nashville this coming weekend.
Okay, give me one basketball team here in February, because this is the push for March Madness, that you're watching that you think's a little under the radar, that maybe some of our viewers can get some plays on down the stretch. A team maybe like Creighton, who I guess has flipped their numbers back around to where they're probably playing a lot of favorites. Is there somebody out there that you're keeping an eye on that you feel like you got an edge over the big books right now that you can make some money off of?
Creighton definitely makes a ton of sense. It's a team that people had a lot of expectations for coming into the year. They haven't exactly looked to be the most consistent bunch. The biggest fear I have with the Blue Jays is their level of athleticism. Will it be enough for the guard play to get them where they need to go? And it's the same case that can probably be made against some of the analytical darlings in the form of St. Mary's that I know is going to garner a lot of respect from some of the professional bettors that are out there. So when you dig a little bit deeper on the board and you try and find teams that you think are capable of making a run, we've seen it before with North Carolina, and their number hasn't drifted far enough, but I almost feel like no one's going to talk about them going into the big dance, but they have that pedigree. They have players that are capable of taking over games, and if they get more from their guards, like we saw last year, as that number continues to drift out, if they don't get a draw that's really negative in that regard, I'd be looking at North Carolina to potentially make a deep run, much like they did last season.
Do you it's hard to find a college coach in America that doesn't reference Ken Pom. Do the Vegas guys like the Ken Pom ranking?
It's a very useful tool, and I think for a lot of people that don't build their own power numbers, it is a great guide to get themselves acclimated with some of those advanced stats. What you've seen is the betting market gravitating much more towards that. So if you follow a team and your assessment doesn't agree with KenPom, you're going to be able to bet into sides and totals with those teams before the market catches up. Because a lot of the over-unders, especially in November and December when you don't have a ton of data points, are going to mirror KenPom, and people typically will bet off numbers that just see a little bit of variance there. So buyer beware if KenPom has a projected score 3 points different than the betting market. The betting market is typically going to be a lot more efficient.
All right, he is Todd Fuhrman, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, and he is with us frequently on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Thank you very much, Fuhrman. Have a great week.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Enjoy the games.
All right, buddy. You too, Fuhrman, with us. As I said, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, he always does the prop bets that he likes, and we'll throw a few out at him on the show before the Super Bowl, so we'll do that next week.
Yeah, that's right. As always, JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You're commenting over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. The show always broadcasting from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio and being brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. If you're looking to pick up an energy drink today, look for that logo. Our friends at Ghost right there, Adams Beverage, they provide the Ghost Energy Drinks to the local stores there, and you can go and pick that up. 0 sugar every morning. Give you a jump start. Maybe you need one late afternoon. That's when I need it the most, around 2:30 in the afternoon to get me going till everybody makes it back in the house and get going into watching a little basketball at night. Ghost Energy, they provide the energy drink that pumps up the next round as well. As you discussed there, getting ready for that Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes' ankle will not be as big of a conversation over the next 2 weeks, I think, as it was going in to last week's game because he's got more time to get right. But it'll still be part of the talking point leading into the Super Bowl.
It's got to be. I'm trying to think other angles. You got the Kelsey brothers. You got Pat Mahomes, who's viewed as the best quarterback, the best player in the league, going for number 2. Jalen Hurts is a great story.
You have the question of whether or not, to me, they should go ahead and make this decision. But I was reading last night, they have not decided yet whether the roof will be open or closed there in Glendale, Arizona. Why not just close it? That's what the SEC
does. Yeah.
The SEC for the championship game just decided we're going to always have it closed, so it's not a decision. It's just always closed.
Do you remember, though, in Atlanta, it was the Rams-Patriots game where you were, and Bill Belichick was caught on the NFL Films camera complaining to the officials, basically asking them how long is it going to take them to get the roof closed. I mean, he was legit worried about it. Like, we got to kick off. Are they going to have it closed by the time we kick off? I mean, I can't believe coaches worry about something small like that.
Yeah, I think one of the other stories has got to be Andy Reid's been in 9 conference championship games. He's going to his 3rd Super Bowl or his 4th Super Bowl, and his opportunity to win a 2nd. Not a lot of coaches have won 2 Super Bowls. Where will Andy Reid be all time if he wins this Super Bowl? I mean, he's got to be considered a top 10 guy, right?
Well, he's got to be, but for some reason he doesn't garner the same conversation that other coaches do, which doesn't make sense when you do those numbers.
Do you put him in front of Jimmy Johnson?
I put him in front of Bill Parcells.
So you put him in front of Jimmy Johnson and Bill Parcells?
Yep.
Wow.
The difference with Jimmy Johnson is he did win one in college and one in the NFL. There's something to that.
Yeah, but it was a shorter, more compressed. I mean, Andy Reid's been doing this a long time. Far more compressed career for Jimmy Johnson in the NFL. And he went back to the Dolphins and had some success, but nowhere close to what he had with the Cowboys.
I mean, the only coach I feel, I don't know. I mean
you'd 100% have Belichick in front of him.
Belichick,
that's easy.
Bill Walsh.
You'd have Bill Walsh in front of him. Mike Shanahan won 2.
I would not have Shanahan in front of him.
Okay, but he did win 2.
He did. Chuck Noll. I don't know. It's such a different era.
Yeah, really. It's hard to compare those.
Yeah. I mean, Andy Reid's doing it. He was doing it with Alex Smith. I mean, they were very competitive.
Vince Lombardi. How are you going to compare Andy Reid and Vince Lombardi,
Very different sports back then, but you got to go with Lombardi over him if you're doing all-time NFL
Tom
coach.
Landry. You'd have Tom Landry in front of him?
Is it
wow, you're thinking about that with Tom Landry?
How many Super Bowls did he win? 3?
I think 3. Coach
But
forever.
again, that's when you had 26 teams to 28 teams. Now you got 32. You got free agency. A lot of other things going on. I would say Andy Reid, one of the most underrated coaches of all time.
I think I would agree with that, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. For some reason, we never think of Andy Reid as one of the greatest coaches of all time, like we do Belichick, and they're coaching at the same exact time. And Belichick gets all of that love, and deservingly so. He's won so many Super Bowls.
Yeah, I mean, if you were listing,
but Andy Reid gets none of that love.
Top 5 coaches right now in the NFL, include Sean Payton.
I would go top 5 coaches in the NFL. I guess you still got to go McVay. He's won a Super Bowl. Andy Reid is definitely in the discussion. I mean, Pete Carroll has got to be in the discussion.
Belichick's got to be there.
Belichick's got to be there.
Pete Carroll, and then it comes down to either Kyle Shanahan or Sean Payton.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to do with Sean Payton. He's won a Super Bowl, but he's been out of the game only for a year, though. I don't know. I mean, that's a good argument. But Andy Reid's certainly in the discussion. In fact, I think he's in the top 3. I think you got to go Pete Carroll, Bill Belichick, Andy Reid in your top 3.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, those 3 definitely in there. I don't know if McVay makes it, and I'm trying to think around the league.
He's won a Super Bowl. I mean, you got to.
He's won 1, yeah.
But I mean, who else?
He's also in 5 years. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 3 NFC West titles.
Yeah,
yeah. He's probably in there. I'm just trying to run through. How many did McCarthy? How many Super Bowls did he make it to in Green Bay?
He's won 1 in Green Bay, but that's the only one he made it to.
They didn't lose 1.
I don't think
yeah,
so.
They lost 1.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, won 1 and lost 1. So he made it to 2. So the same as McVay there, just shorter period of time for McVay.
Yeah, but I mean, your exercise.
I mean, Mike Shanahan's pretty good now. Kyle Shanahan's pretty good.
Mike is too, though.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, for me, number 5 would either be Kyle Shanahan or Sean Payton.
How about we just do all this and forget Mike Tomlin? Nobody even mentioned Mike Tomlin.
Yeah.
Daniel, I mean, points out the dude's never been below 500 in the NFL. That's hard to do.
In these last few years, Mike Tomlin's coached his ass off.
He has, with lesser teams.
To keep that streak going, by the way, because they have hand-tied him at quarterback for a long, long time. But Tomlin gets into the conversation too, but just recently hasn't been as good. What about Harbaugh at Baltimore? I mean, they win a lot of football games.
There's a lot of good coaches out there, and there's a lot of recycled coaches.
Yeah. The recycled ones never seem as good, though. But you can't say, I mean, Belichick was a recycle. Pete Carroll was a recycle.
Doug Peterson's a recycle.
Doug Peterson, you have to, I mean, what Peterson did at Jacksonville.
He's won a Super Bowl and is building a team in Jacksonville. What he did this year was remarkable.
I mean, that was pretty crazy what he was able to do there.
You know, Vrabel, until the wheels fell off, was viewed as one of the better
maybe.
coaches.
He was a borderline top 10, yeah.
Oh, I thought he was doing a great job in Tennessee for a second there. All right, love your comments always in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room over there. Those 4 great locations. We'll do 4 downs later in the show. Appreciate Todd Fuhrman being with us. Talk a little UAB basketball with Andy Kennedy at 12 noon. Part of our show today being brought to you by Dr. B. He's got LT's hair looking just right as we get ready for a very, very busy spring we have coming up here on the show. A lot of things we're going to be telling you about in March coming up here, and LT's hair will be looking perfect for all of those.
Yeah, always excited about talking about Dr. Beckenstein because there's a lot of guys that have the problem. You get a little older, the hair starts to thin out. This is the guy you need to go see. I'll be honest with you. I had never heard the name Dr. Beckenstein until just a couple of, about a year and a half ago. When I started to ask around, everyone said Dr. B is the guy you need to go see. When I went in for that, the second treatment, hair already 14% thicker. I'm on the second phase, already have the significant growth. Dr. B pioneered the use of Neograph hair restoration right here in Alabama. T3hair.net for more information. That's T3hair.net. He remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Back with you on the Next Round. LT's about to tell us about Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. Royal Payne says, we were talking about how the Baywatch girls, Pamela Anderson, only gets $4,000 a year from Baywatch reruns. He says the band, and Brown remembers it as the Rembrandts, and I think he's right on that, gets $5 million a year, just residuals with the Friends opening sequence and the song being played in that. They get $5 million a year, according to Royal Payne. Rockstar is going to try to fact check that for us.
I'd never play another festival. I just lay it in Turks and Caicos at one of their
collect the $5 million
resorts.
I don't know how many Rembrandts there are, but I would imagine 4. That seems to be a good number for a band.
I think that was their only hit, too. I mean, I don't know that they ever did much else.
A terrible song, too.
Yeah, it seems like I bought that CD for
did.
that song back in the day.
Yeah, and you didn't like it.
I think there was one other song on there that I
liked. You probably knew the hand
liked.
clap or whatever, didn't you?
You can't do that?
I don't remember the hand. I mean, I remember the hand clap being a big thing.
Yeah.
Oh, there's only 2 members, so that's $2.5 million a pop.
Oh, yeah.
There's no doubt.
Easily, I would not do any festivals, and I bet they're not.
2-hit wonder they are.
I bet we can't see the Rembrandts anywhere tonight.
Probably not. I would have to agree.
Precision Sports will get you back into the game.
Hey, 2023, it is a new year. There are new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting up the Christmas decorations, injured the elbow shooting hoops in the backyard. Maybe you got pain in the knees when you get up from the couch. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Our friend Will Haver just sent me an email, and I just gave it away. But anyway, it was from Mountain Brook Magazine. 6 February events you don't want to miss in Mountain Brook.
Odie's Fest.
Odie's Fest.
Are the Rembrandts going to be there?
No, the Odie's Fest is not in February.
Odie's Fest is always in the summer. But the number one thing on the list that you do not want to miss
Trivia.
is trivia.
That's right.
All right.
Odie's team
Heck
trivia.
yeah.
That starts tonight.
Yeah, they describe it always hilarious, questionable behavior.
Questionable.
At Odie's Tavern on Wednesday nights with cold beverages, award-winning burgers and wings, classic Odie's atmosphere. Will Haver, Lance Taylor, and Sean Rockstar Henniger educate the masses with knowledge that will take you places. Trivia Night is great for groups or a date night activity.
It almost was like your spot for a second. One part of it sounded very familiar. Like change that copy up a little bit right there.
Right?
That is awesome.
If you're going to be at Mountain Brook in February, make sure you mark it down. Trivia.
But you guys are good in March, April, May, June, July, all those months. Not just February.
I honestly think we do our best work in July. I don't know about you, Rocky.
You know I don't have a favorite month.
Nice and warm then.
Yeah.
Well, eventually Brown's going to have enough starts on that starting lineup to get into the copy next year.
I would like a rewrite, if you don't mind, Mountain Brook Illustrated or whatever your name is.
Yeah. All right, let's do trash. It's brought to you every day by our great friends at Mortgage Right. Hit the big button, Rockstar.
All Brittany's life, all she ever wanted to do is get married and get rid of the last name Hickey. So, baby girl, you did it. Congratulations, Mrs. Cox.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with the friends at Mortgage Right, who does mortgages the right way. The housing market has its ups and downs. The perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but at Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you're going to know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit locations on Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first, offbeat holidays in February.
I always love these when Rockstar puts them together.
Today is Change Your Password Day. Unfortunately, I don't know most of my passwords.
Well, I tell you,
you have to know your password to
change it. Yes.
Well, technically, it's a good time to change it and then make a note of what you changed it to somewhere. But they always tell you don't write them down. But how the hell am I going to remember it?
I get an alarming amount of your password was part of a data breach or something. You need to change it. I get an alarming amount of those alerts.
I usually ignore them until I see it somewhere else, like in a big story online. Then I'm like, oh crap, that was real.
Yeah.
I don't trust anything since I got hacked that time.
Rockstar, mark this down. You're not going to be here Friday, are you?
Well, I will be working to an extent.
Are we going to celebrate this?
Yes.
Before you even say it, are we going to celebrate it?
I think you should.
Okay. I bet Dunaway would. Friday, February 3rd is Working Naked Day.
I did one show pantsless when we were at home. Yeah.
Rockstar did a show pantsless once. He kept his underwear on.
Hot.
Yeah. Rick Burgess used to do that. When he was K98 in Oxford back in the day before he and Bubba got together, he'd do Butt Naked Fridays.
And he really would do it naked?
I doubt that, but he sold it hard.
Okay. I've done a couple of shows in a wife beater. That's about as far down as I've gone.
Only a wife beater?
Well, I guess I did one as Tupac. I guess I was shirtless.
That's true. You were shirtless for that one.
You were a character.
I wasn't.
That wasn't Lance.
Yeah, that wasn't me. You're right.
Monday. Why'd you do the show butt naked, Rick? My balls was on.
My balls. I get it.
Understand.
Monday, February 6th is Play Monopoly Day.
I like Monopoly.
I think it's okay. It takes so long.
It takes too long, right?
Yeah.
It needs to be a quicker version.
You know, a lot of times, like if you do it, you have to keep the board set up and finish it the next morning or something like that.
I don't like, first of all, I don't trust anybody that I would play Monopoly with not to go back and cheat during the night.
No, take a little photo there.
But that's why I like the game of life, because it had an ending point in a relatively easy amount of time, but I don't like the concept of the game of life. Especially when you have too many damn kids and your pieces are falling out of the car.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, you get too many kids, you don't have any space for them in that car.
We're going to make a call to our friends at Slice. Next Thursday is National Pizza Day.
Yes, I'm in on that. I'm all in.
Tuesday, February 21st, International Pancake Day.
I'll pass.
Does it not seem like every month has an International Pancake Day?
Yeah. Maybe. We could get our
Could be National Pancake Day. You
our
know.
buddy Pete from Hamburger Heaven to bring us some of those pancakes.
They are fantastic, by the way.
If you guys are down for that.
I love it, man.
I don't really like pancakes.
I like pancakes.
I'm usually a waffle person.
I lean waffle, but I like pancakes.
But his flavoring, I'm telling you, it feels like he's just using whatever you make cupcakes out of.
That's interesting.
Wednesday, February 22nd, reach out to Will Haver, National Margarita Day. I had 2 of his last night, the jalapenos at Taco Mama. So good. You know, they've got blood oranges in season 2. Blood orange was my 1 and jalapeno was 2. And now I can't decide. I go back and forth.
I created one for them, believe it or not, at the location near our house.
Pineapple?
They had 2 they had frozen ones, and I was like, well, I like both those flavors. Could you just do it like a swirl? And they're like, oh, we've never done that, but I guess we can. That's good, too.
How was it?
That was fantastic. I'm trying to remember what the 2 flavors were.
I've never gotten one of their frozen.
Yeah.
I didn't know they had frozen ones at Taco Mama.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the
the little machine right there, yeah.
I didn't know that. I just usually get them on the rocks.
And Thursday, February 23rd is National Chili Day.
Big fan of chili.
Yep.
Like it a lot. Yep.
The latest chapter in a series of odd occurrences at the Dallas Zoo. They've had a bunch of these, by the way. 2 monkeys have gone missing.
Is this the same zoo that had to shut down not long ago?
Yep. Zoo alerted Dallas police on Monday that 2 of their emperor tamarin monkeys were
I wonder why
gone.
they call them that. Look at that picture. Looks just like one.
He did not want to get his photograph taken.
It was like Raleigh fingers, doesn't it?
It feels like, it looks like he got ejected from the tree and had to sneak back into the tree.
Dallas zookeepers searched the zoo for the animals who generally like to stay close to home but were not found. Dallas PD says they believe the monkeys were taken. This is just the latest string in a strange and possibly criminal events at the Dallas Zoo this year. Earlier this month, you guys remember, we had the story on Nova, the clouded leopard.
Yep.
Was able to escape its habitat after the fence was intentionally cut open. Now, she was found unharmed hours later.
Unharmed or unarmed?
Unarmed
Both.
and unharmed.
Yes.
Well, she's got claws.
Hey, leopards are crazy, man. I was waiting on my wife to come to bed last night. I was laying in bed watching TikToks of animals.
Come on.
No. She was getting ready for bed, and I was laying in bed, and I was watching TikToks of animals chase down their prey and eat their prey. And the leopard, man, first of all, the freaking thing, leopards.
They can fly.
They can fly. And they are vicious once they catch their prey. It is game over. It was crazy, man.
Our TikToks are a lot alike. You're looking at leopards. I'm looking at
watching
cougars.
1923, I didn't realize how aggressive the leopard was. And I'm not saying that it's, factually correct on how they played that thing out. But, man, that leopard that drug that chick up a tree, it's pretty aggressive.
I found one of a lion. I would have sent it to Rockstar. You would not believe how fast this lion is catching a gazelle.
I would believe it.
It's freaking crazy,
It's dinner.
man.
They got to get it.
Yep.
Okay, this one out of Singapore. A man who wanted a romantic relationship with a woman initially threatened to sue her for emotional trauma after he found out that she saw him only as a friend. Now, the legal action was kept at bay after she agreed to take part in his counseling, but almost 1.5 years later, Mr. Kawasinga still could not accept that Mrs. Nora Tan did not want to be in a relationship with him. After she cut off contact with him, he filed 2 lawsuits against her. $3 million high court claim for allegedly causing damage to his stellar reputation, and also trauma, depression, and impacts to his life, as well as $22,000 in courts for allegedly breaching an agreement to improve their relationship. Now, the latter suit was struck out earlier in January. Miss Tan and Miss Kawasanga met in 2016, became friends over time. September 2020, problems began to arise when they became misaligned in how they saw their relationship. While Miss Tan regarded Mr. Kawasangan as a friend, he considered her to be his, quote, closest friend. And that's when everything fell apart.
Well, see, he's suing her to know that you don't like this person in that way, but he's taking you to court. But also, they had to go to counseling sessions to kind of get this relationship repaired. And she's like, I'm fine with him being a friend. He's like, no, I want more. And I want to sue you for $3 million. Do you think she's going to turn around and like, actually, I think I do see you more as a friend.
Yeah. It's very romantic. Man.
Yeah.
Here are the best movies that are super long, according to Ranker.com. I think I have, no. There's going to be 3 that jump out that I haven't seen. Number 10, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. 1967, 3 hours, 6 minutes.
That's a long one.
Very good.
I've watched it.
Saving Private Ryan, 1998, 2 hours, 41 minutes.
Worth every minute of it.
The Dark Knight, 2008, 2 hours, 32 minutes. Schindler's List, 1993, 3 hours, 16 minutes.
I've seen a lot of these.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
These are the ones I haven't seen. Lord of the Rings, 2 Towers, 3 hours. Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, 3 hours, 48 minutes.
My gosh, all the Lord of the Rings movies are that long?
Forrest Gump.
Good movie.
2 hours and 22 minutes. Lord of the Rings: Return of the King, 3 hours and 21 minutes.
Serious?
The Godfather, 2 hours and 55 minutes. And Shawshank was number one on the list, 2 hours and 22 minutes.
Well, I've seen a lot of those.
And finally, I've got some pictures that are going to give you a dose of nostalgia. Can't wait to see these.
You guys remember these?
I
alarm clocks?
remember that. Yep.
Every single house had an alarm clock.
I had one
this.
like that.
For a while, every hotel room I stayed in had one.
Had a good buzzer, that good tone
Did
to
you,
wake you up.
Dunaway,
And the snooze is the biggest button, right?
It is, yeah, for a reason. Did you wake up with the buzzer or with the music?
I guess I did music.
Yeah, those old alarm clocks, you could set it so the music kicked on rather than the buzzer.
Adult contempo.
I'll tell you, the worst sound now is that traditional cell phone sound.
It is. When you hear it go off.
That's how I wake up now. And today was one of the first days in forever I pushed snooze and got me 10 more minutes.
I have to set different alarms, different sounds for each. Like my alarms are at 5:45, 6 o'clock, 6:10, 6:15, 6:20, 6:25.
Every day?
Hey, why don't you get up at 6:25?
Because I don't want to miss the show. But so each one's a different alarm, and if I make it to like 6:10 is the barking. That's usually the latest I go. The barking dog one. If the dogs are barking, then I'm like, oh crap, I can't snooze again, man. I got to get up. It's 6:10.
Wow. So what time do you set your alarm?
6:15.
Really?
It takes me a while with this hair.
Yeah, I'm up at 6:15. You know, the crazy thing is when we first started, 3:45 was the alarm.
When we first started, what?
When
we moved to mornings?
Yeah.
Mornings.
Yeah, I said, I'm telling you, man.
I tried to get there at 5, Brown. I'm trying to think. My alarm was 4:15, but then I would snooze until 4:30, and I tried to get there at 5, and I started getting there at 5:15 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it started to adjust it after a few months.
I made a pledge to myself. June 16th, 2021 was the last time I'd regularly wake up to an alarm. And I've lived up to that pledge.
So you don't have an alarm?
I don't set an alarm.
Wow, good for you.
He doesn't care about alarms.
No,
alarms, I don't care.
Clearly, I care enough about them to make that pledge. I am not waking up to an alarm.
That
every day.
TV looks really familiar, too.
That's the old box TV where you had to get up and change the channel. Go to
remember
VHF
that.
to UHF.
Hey, that sumbitch was heavy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
We never owned one.
What, a box TV?
We never owned a box TV.
What was the first TV you had?
We just were not. We were not wealthy enough to have the box TV.
Oh, you had a TV, but that was a fancy TV.
Our
right
TVs
there.
were always on some cheap stands. We just never had a big box TV. No, we had a box stereo. I wish my mom and dad still had it. They may. I don't know. But it was like that, but it was a stereo box.
It was like that, right?
No, it was nothing like this.
Remember those stereos?
Oh my gosh! Look at that stereo system.
Now this looks a lot more like the bookie. What the bookie took from me.
So remember those CD towers?
I do. Yeah. God, his stereo system used to be so big.
And the square pizza. Oh my
I
god!
love square pizza. Oh, look at that. How
Oh
good
my
does that
God.
look?
Could crush it.
She is so happy to make it too.
We were talking about this the other day. So Jack and Jace came over, and I forgot to get them lunches. They were spending the night Sunday night after the games, and couple people there were like, well, don't they have lunch at school? And they're like, we're not eating lunch at school. And I was like, honestly, I didn't like square pizza until I was in college and they served it at the fraternity house.
You know what my two daughters
But I love it now.
have consistently loved in their lunchrooms, and it's different schools they've gone to, is Italian dunkers. Like, they get so excited about Dunk Day when they see it on the menu over the years.
Italian dunkers are like pizza bites?
I think it's more like mozzarella sticks.
Yeah, mozzarella sticks with marinara.
Marinara.
So they got a good lunch going on here. I always like the fruit cocktail.
Yeah.
But the chocolate milk, the square pizza, the corn is just an absolute waste.
Yeah, but the pretzel's a game
I
changer.
Never got the
I never got a pretzel.
Never got the
Yeah.
pretzel. That's a
Nope.
game changer.
Ever.
Yeah.
No, we get Debbie cakes. We get individually wrapped little Debbie cakes.
That's a strong lunch outside
It
of
is.
the corn.
Did you buy 2 on pizza day? I'd always buy 2 lunches on pizza day.
No, I brought my lunch. I
Can't
did.
hide it. Rich
Oh, yeah.
kid.
I had 2 bologna. I'll never forget. 2 bologna sandwiches every day. This is back before I was a mayonnaise freak because I didn't discover mayonnaise until that late night in college. 2 bologna sandwiches with just mustard, a bag of hot chips, the Golden Flake, and then a pack of 2 Reese's.
That was your lunch every single day?
Almost every day.
Wow.
I used to love the push-ups, Rockstar.
Yeah,
It's too
Rockstar,
cold,
they're so good.
But
I
are
never-
those
I never-
the original push-ups? I don't remember
Orange- no,
Flintstones being the
Flintstones.
original.
Original
Flintstones.
was the orange one.
Yeah,
That's
the
right,
original was
orange
orange.
sherbet. You could get that at school.
Yeah.
They serve those at school, the orange sherbet push-up.
Those were the best, but that's the same philosophy, the same technology
Yep.
there.
But see, I loved them so much because they were fortified with vitamin C.
Of course they are.
I mean, it was incredible.
Look how
vitamin-
healthy Fred looks. I like the Lime Rock Lime would be good.
Bedrock Berry is one I would go with there.
Yeah, the Voodoo Orange does not sound great.
Yabba dabba doo.
Yabba dabba doo. I can't see.
Kind of a catchphrase.
Okay, everybody laugh.
Voodoo.
Yeah.
No, voodoo pop. Okay, that's all I got.
We'll wrap it. We'll wrap that.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
There's not one more?
I mean, you
You
got.
have a picture of Heather
Oh,
Locklear.
no, do the car ashtray.
I want the car ashtray.
Oh, yeah, I
Remember the
remember
back
those.
seat? We had
Yep.
the car ashtray.
Yep.
Well, I mean, just remember seats that were just bench seats that
Yeah.
you could all sit across the front and the back.
Yeah, the ashtray in the back
But I
of
mean,
the
that
car.
material was the worst. I mean, you spill one thing on that.
Oh, it's stained forever.
Yeah, go
or
on.
if you hot rock it one time.
Hey, literally, when I worked at the car wash, first thing we were taught to do was when we vacuum out, we would always go to the ashtray.
Oh, I bet that smelled awful
It
when
was
you were in the
awful,
vacuum
and
in there.
then the cigarettes would blow all over the place.
Yeah.
But almost every single car had multiple burns on the seats.
That's
Yeah,
right.
hot
Yep.
rock that thing. Not always
Hot
from
rock.
cigarettes either. That thing will pop every now and then.
Was
Get
that
a
the
little
only other
seed.
one he had? The Titanic.
We had the double feature VHS where it was like, I remember JFK was one of those too.
So it was so long that they had put it on two VHS tapes?
Tape 2 now.
So Leighton came over last night to watch Seven, and she had never seen the movie. And so I buy it. I've got it downstairs on DVD. Believe it or not, I've still got DVD collection with a Blu-ray that I can play them on.
Oh, I know. Every day we were over in your area when we were doing the show for the 377 days, when we put up the equipment, I would occasionally knock them over.
Yeah.
I do keep them in hiding. But anyway, so instead of going downstairs to watch it, I just bought it on pay-per-view, and it kept doing the buffering. Do you want to record this and watch later? And I'm like, no, I want to watch it now.
Oh, DirecTV pay-per-view? They got an awful pay-per-view
And then it would go a minute,
situation.
and it would stop. So I was like, Leighton, we got to go downstairs. So we go downstairs, we put the DVD on, and I put it on, and it starts halfway through the movie, and I'm like, what the hell? So I decide to flip it over. It starts, and it plays and stops in the middle of Seven, and I've got to flip the DVD.
Really?
Isn't
I didn't
that
know they had
weird?
two sides. I thought you had to change
Some of
DVDs.
them did have flip. I can't remember. I don't know how that works, but they had two sides.
I didn't know you flipped.
You could do like the
DVDs.
widescreen edition on one side and the actual edition on the
By the way,
one
she was
side.
hesitant about watching the movie. She sent me a
Really?
text last night. I'm so glad you got me to watch that movie.
Really?
No, it's a masterpiece.
Big laugher.
I think.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great movie, but it's a disturbing movie. There are
A little
scenes
disturbing.
I can't forget.
Yeah.
All right, that's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Did you like the gluttony scene? A little too many SpaghettiOs?
That's the one that
That's the
sticks
opening
out.
scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one's where he's in the bed?
But he's
that
not
one
dead.
is,
Yeah, but he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive. That is...
That's the one that sticks with me.
Slothful?
That's
Sloth.
That's
Yeah,
sloth.
slothfulness.
That's hard.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
tough.
Gluttony was the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that sticks out.
Wrath is the best, though. Hey, did the new year add to your financial uncertainty? Let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, there is no middleman, and you can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR or 205-815-9200.
Pritch Law says that if you had to flip your DVD, that is a sure sign that it was outlaw.
The old bootleg?
The old bootleg.
No.
No?
I mean, I'm not above that, but I'm saying I used to be the dumbass that would go to like Suncoast Videos and pay $40 for a DVD.
We're back in a moment on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
It is the 52nd O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. The next round will be live at the Birmingham Jefferson Convention Complex Friday 3 to 5. Get discounted adult tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. And see us there Friday at 3 at the World of Wills.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Let me ask a very simple question. If you were washing your car, would you use the same sponge on the body of the car that you use on the undercarriage? The clear answer is no. So why are you using the same razor on your face that you're using on the undercarriage? Stop doing that today. Go get the lawnmower at Manscaped and make sure you got the perfect razor for that really important part of your body. Manscaped.com. Right now, use the code TNR, 20% off your order. Use code TNR at Manscaped.com. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jay Cox over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Double dipping and winning, going yesterday to one of his kids' lunches, and it was Mexican pizza today, just regular school pizza today with his other kid. So back-to-back pizza at school day for Jay over there. Appreciate Jay and everyone over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Andy Kennedy talking basketball with us at the top of the hour. This part of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch today. If you can't go with Jay to eat square pizza with his kids, maybe how about the best southern fried chicken that you can get in this area, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, and the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. It's all part of the experience right there off of Highway 119, Champy's world famous fried chicken. Basketball tonight down in Auburn. Senior Bowl week continuing down in Mobile. Hendon Hooker. What's the draft prospects for Hendon Hooker in your opinion? What is Hendon Hooker at the next level? He was down there yesterday promising, telling reporters, he was telling teams in meetings, you're going to get the best of Hendon Hooker in the NFL, better than what you've seen at Tennessee. What do you think of Hooker at the next level?
Look, Hendon Hooker over the last couple of years was fantastic. And, a guy that put up major numbers, had Tennessee all the way up to number 2, was going to be a Heisman finalist if he doesn't get hurt. And I think he's going to be really good at the next level. I think Hendon Hooker is going to be a steal based on the fact that he gets hurt against South Carolina. With the torn ACL, I don't know when he's going to be back.
That's the problem. Is he won't be able to do combine or anything. He's off crutches, but I don't think he's anywhere close to being able to participate like that.
Expects him ready, to be ready for week 1 of next year. But I don't know if he'll be the starter wherever he goes. The reason he came up in the conversation I was hearing last night on the NFL Network, because they think he comes into play with the Saints' first-round draft pick on what they were getting from the Denver Broncos, because I think that's the 29th pick, somewhere at the back end of the first round.
Got it right here. I will say this about Hendon Hooker, though. He's got size, he's got speed, he's got the arm. There's not really a weakness in the game for Hendon Hooker. They are going to get the 29th overall.
29th pick, yeah.
And somebody was asking in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room earlier why they're getting a draft pick. So the way it works in the NFL, John Gruden was this way with your Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, it's happened 6 times now in the history of the NFL.
If a coach is still under contract, the team has to be compensated for that coach going elsewhere.
That's
and
right.
Sean Payton just retired. He didn't get fired, so he was still under contract with New Orleans. So they've got to get some sort of compensation.
Gruden was actually coaching and left year to year.
Yeah, Gruden went from Raiders to Bucks in 2002 for 4 picks. A 2002 first, a 2002 second, a 2003 first, a 2004 second, and $8 million.
It's incredible they gave up that much.
But I think a lot of people forget Parcells was also a guy that was traded for picks. Mike Holmgren from Green Bay to Seattle. Bill Belichick from the Jets to the Patriots. Herm Edwards for a 4th-round pick.
That's unfortunate, Coach Herb.
And then now Sean Payton.
The crazy one on Belichick, though, the Jets, I mean, he never coached a game there. He was only on the job for, 2 or 3 days?
And that was a big debate on should the Jets have to pay. And I remember that big debate every night on SportsCenter. Are the Jets going to have to pay? They challenged that a little bit. Great question over here from Rusty. Do you take Hooker or Anthony Richardson? Everyone raving about Anthony Richardson.
To me, C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, I think both can't misses to me. I think Hendon Hooker will end up being the 3rd best in this draft and probably doesn't go in the 1st round just because of the injury.
So you think he ends up in the 2nd round?
I mean, you guys tell me right now. He's going to be healthy sooner or later. It's an ACL. All these guys recover from that. Would you rather have Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, or Hendon Hooker?
So, look, all I can go on is what I watch in college football. I don't know. I don't watch it like a scout does. I just watch this guy was better than this guy in college, and Hendon Hooker was easily the best of those 3 quarterbacks. Now, that doesn't always translate into the NFL. I get that. But they all play in the same conference. They all play basically the same schedule, roughly.
Again,
and Hendon Hooker was much better.
I mean, he completed 69% of his passes over the last 2 years with 58 touchdowns and only 5 interceptions. And, oh, by the way, won a lot of games for Tennessee.
He did. The question I'm going to, we'll throw up if I'm trying to be anti-Hendon Hooker would be, how many small windows did he throw into? Because Josh Heupel's system was so well designed that he threw to a lot in the Alabama game alone. There was nobody within 5 yards of the person he was passing it to.
Which always brings up the question that you ask: why am I not hiring Josh Heupel? Right, if he's that good.
Yeah, but again,
do I get Hooker and Heupel?
Yeah,
completing 69% of your passes. I mean, that's still really impressive.
Yeah. So Hendon Hooker, we'll see how it shakes out with him. The quarterback draft will be interesting. Just some of the stuff coming out of Mobile on Senior Bowl week down there. By the way, you thought yesterday with Huntley being named as a starter or a quarterback in the flag football Pro Bowl was the worst the Pro Bowl could get. How about Josh Allen, who tees off today at Pebble Beach? He's not at the Pro Bowl due to injury, but he's playing golf in the Pebble Beach Pro-Am.
Yeah.
Time today.
I don't blame him one bit. Do you blame him? I mean, the injury might be the.
Well, that's what I would say. Hey, look, I'm going to pass this year on the Pro Bowl.
Hey, Pro Bowl, nice honor. Thank you for voting for me. You'll find me at Pebble Beach.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a rule or something that you have to show up or something.
Well, I think part of it too is it fan vote for the Pro Bowl? I know that's part of it. Some guys get in on fan vote, but it's not everyone.
I don't know.
It's not just like the All-Star game.
I'd be at the clam bake in a heartbeat for the Pebble Beach Pro-Am.
Yes. Yep. I mean, the Pro Bowl is nothing anymore, and AT&T Pebble Beach Pro-Am's Pebble Beach.
Again, I think he probably made a more fun, wiser decision by going to Pebble, but you don't do the injury thing.
Yeah.
Isn't it $500? I get a $500 greens fee at Pebble Beach.
Oh, it may be more than that now, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's excuse me, it is very, very, very steep. And the problem is weather can change so quickly there. You have to make the tee times if you're not part of the resort so far in advance. You can get a crap weather day, and you just got to do it.
Like the day you and I went out there was a total wash day, but there were people out playing through it.
Yeah, because that's their only chance.
They were from out of town, and they booked it,
Is that worth it for you?
Probably not. I mean, it's a beautiful course, an incredible piece of land, but there's not much golf that's worth $680 to me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the reason I bring it up because I paid a lot of money or could have paid a lot of money at a local place recently.
You mean Pebble Beach South?
Yeah, their place has gone, their green fee has gone way up, and I was playing at a discount. And they said, we'll see you next month or next week. And I was like, No, I could play Pebble Beach for what you guys are going to be charging here. So no, thank you. I'll see you guys next January when you've got basically a buy one, get one free.
The deal's back.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, when we come back, Andy Kennedy talking basketball with us. UAB on a little bit of a win streak now, and that's good for Andy. We'll talk to AK about the week ahead, which includes a nationally ranked team coming down to Bartow. Part of the show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and that board-certified team ready to hook you up with a better lifestyle in 2023. Listen, you fuel your body with what you put in it, right? So get that blood pressure right, cholesterol right, learn how to eat what is good for you and also what fuels the body best for you. You can do that with our friends at Way to Wellness, and they've got a great plans that are not cookie-cutter plans. They're different for every person. You can go out there and check them out. Way to Wellness. Their website is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and the first consultation with Leslie is absolutely free. So no out-of-pocket money just to find out what Way to Wellness is all about. Let's get in shape in 2023 with our friends at Way to Wellness. Go to aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit NextRoundLive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at NextRoundLive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour of the show here as we get ready to talk to Andy Kennedy basketball last night and the headlines. that'll be brought to you, just like Andy, by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. They've been a part of the UAB landscape and the Birmingham landscape for many, many years. Last night, Alabama slams Vanderbilt in a big win, 101-44, largest SEC win in program history. Georgia and Auburn tonight, 6 o'clock down at Neville. Big win last night for Kansas over Kansas State. And an interesting loss by Clemson, who now has 2 quad 4 and 1 quad 3 losses, but are 10-2 in the ACC. They are a Ken Palm but ACC standing nightmare right now, because one says they should be one thing and the Ken Palm says they're a different thing. We'll talk more basketball now about UAB, who has a nationally ranked team coming to town, as Andy Kennedy joins the show, brought to you by our friends at Legacy.
He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Self-admittedly, not a fun person to be around when his team is losing. They have won 2 straight, so we get jovial Andy Kennedy, I'm sure, today. What is up, Coach? How are you?
A little less than jovial, but at least not catatonic.
What went right in the 2 wins? It had been kind of some tough sledding. What did your team get right in those 2 wins?
We're much, much better. You know, we beat La Tech in really a rock fight in Bartow Arena. The last 10 minutes of that game, we held them 11 of 12 possessions down the stretch without a field goal. And that enabled us to get a much-needed win. There was a collective sigh of relief. So we defensively, the last 10 minutes, we were as good as we've been all season. And then we doubled down on that in Houston on Saturday, the best defensive effort for 40 minutes that we've had all year. Rice going into the game was 15-5, 6-3 in Conference USA, having won 4 straight. And in those 4 straight, we're averaging close to 80 points per game. Very efficient offensive group that they have, and they had to hit a shot at the buzzer to get to 50. So defensively, we were really locked in, and it was a great step forward for our group.
I know you'd love to have him, but are you guys starting to learn to play without Jelly?
Yeah, it's been about 3 weeks. You know, it's 5 games. Yeah, you're forced to change. I've said this before, but I really feel like I've coached 2 or 3 different teams within these first 22 games of this season. You know, we had the first team that we were trying to figure out incorporating 6 transfers into 6 returners off last year's championship level team. And we were finding our way. We were 12-2, 3-0, and I think we had discussed earlier, I wasn't necessarily pleased with how we were playing, but we were making progress. We then went through that stretch, and it really started when we went down to Boca, played FAU the first time, our first road game in league play. We were undefeated in league. They were undefeated in league. We score 86 points, and we lose a 1-possession game. We then went on and lost 4 of our next 5 by a grand total of 8 points. They conversely went on a 5-game winning streak, and in those 5, they did not win by more than 4 points in any one of the 5. So it just shows you the swings and how quickly things can change trajectory. So as we were mired in our valley, we found a way to try to start reinventing ourselves. We've got to make some changes. Even though we're not terribly far off from our goals, we're not getting the results desired. So we started making some changes, and then Jelly goes down. So we immediately have to pivot again based on not having the second leading scorer in the nation in your lineup. So we're in constant change. I think that's kind of the course of college basketball when you play over 30 games over a 5-month season, and we're still trying to figure out who we are. We have won 2 in a row. Defensively, we're making improvements, and hopefully Jelly's getting closer to rejoining our group.
With change going on, is it a good time to have FAU coming to town with a high-profile team coming to Bartow, or would you like a couple of more games before you face them again?
No, we're looking forward to it. They have been the best team in Conference USA. They have earned that right, and they're the hottest team in all of college basketball. Coming in here at 19th in the rankings, it's the highest a Conference USA opponent or a Conference USA team has been ranked since Memphis in the early 2010s. So, again, they're the hottest team in college basketball, having won 20 straight. Our guys are looking forward to the opportunity.
Andy Kennedy is with us. The interview is brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. During this stretch, have you learned something about the DNA of your team, the character, the makeup, the toughness of your team that really gives you a lot of hope down the stretch?
Well, what we talked about before, guys, I think that we had a talented collection of individuals, but I did not think we had the team that we needed in order to have the results that we desired. I think now we're starting to resemble a team. We're starting to understand. And again, when you have to go through these things, I think I referred to it as a pruning season before, and I mean that sincerely. When you go through the pruning season, it's certainly not enjoyable, but it's necessary. I think it was necessary for our group. I think we've seen growth on the other side of that. And now my hope is that we can continue to move this thing in the right direction.
Coach Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. UAB is taking on Florida Atlantic, nationally ranked, 6 o'clock tomorrow night, Bartow Arena. If you can't make it, and there's really no excuse, you should be there. CBS Sports Network if you can't make it. But 6 o'clock, even the early start, this is setting up perfect with a nationally ranked team at Bartow Arena. Dusty May is the Florida Atlantic coach. He's obviously done a really good job there. He was, I know, a student assistant under Bob Knight. And, Coach, a lot of those guys have a distinctive style that learned under Bob Knight. Does he have a lot of Bob Knight in him?
He really doesn't. I've known Dusty a long time, and Dusty has done a terrific job. He was an assistant coach at Mike White, who worked for me. Mike worked for me at Ole Miss, and then he got Louisiana Tech. He actually hired Dusty, who was an assistant at UAB at the time for Mike Davis. He hired him off that staff to join him at La Tech. Then Dusty went with Mike to Florida until Dusty gets the FAU job, and Dusty's athletic director, his boss, is Mike's younger brother. So I know you didn't really want all that, but I just gave you the Wikipedia page on Dusty May.
It is interesting, yeah.
And I think he's done a tremendous job. His lead assistant is a kid named Todd Abernathy. I call him a kid. He's 40 years old now, and who was my first point guard at Ole Miss and then worked for me at Ole Miss. So I am very close to the program. I'm really pulling for those guys. They deserve this. They've put together a terrific team. But, no, he's about as far away from Bob Knight as you can be. He very seldom breaks a sweat. He's very calm, very cool. And, again, he's got his team playing at a really high level.
Did you have many dealings with Bobby Knight when he was coaching?
You know what? I was very close, and I still am very close with his son, Pat. Yeah. And so I had an opportunity. I never played against Coach Knight as a player. I was an assistant here with Murray when we had a series with them that Coach had set up. Coach Bartow, Gene Bartow, had set up. So we've actually played IU with Knight still there when Murray was the head coach, and I was an assistant here at UAB in the 90s. And then when Coach Knight retired, he did the TV stint for a little while, and he did a number of games that I did when I was at Ole Miss. So I got an opportunity to interact with him on a number of occasions.
Who would make you more nervous with a complete meltdown, Bobby Knight or Bob Huggins?
I think ultimately Huggs. I mean, I think Knight had a very, very fiery demeanor, but again, it's probably just based on my own personal observations. You don't want to get into an alley with Huggs.
Yeah. And there was a moment Huggs controlled your paycheck, though, too.
That's right. Yeah, that's a big.
You were trying to impress him a lot more than you ever did Bobby Knight.
Well, that's true as well. But again, I'll go back to my earlier comment. You do not want to get into an alley with Bob Huggins.
Hey, and what was the story when you guys drugged somebody?
I think it's Andy's way of saying there's a story about an alley with Bob Huggins.
Well, no, he told this story, and what was it? He drugged somebody out of the stands, and his cell phone fell out, and you stomped it with your boot.
Yes. Well, I can't recall.
Hey, one random question though. Back to the Rice game. This is something I've never seen. You always want to outscore your opponent's bench. But you guys outscored Rice's bench 5-3. Have you ever seen numbers that low off the bench?
I thought at the end of the game, I certainly did not think that the Naismith Hall of Fame was going to be calling for a copy of that tape. When we have you ever been in Tudor Fieldhouse? That's what they call it on Rice's campus.
I have not. I've never been there.
Yeah. As you see the banners, they have Nobel Peace Prize winners. They have Rhodes Scholars. A little different vibe. I told my team, hey, I think we can out-rebound them. I think if we really lock in defensively, we can be disruptive. But we certainly are not going to challenge them to a spelling bee.
Rice is a good school. Finally, Coach, before you go, I know you're tired of answering the Jelly question. You touched on it. You hope he can play. I know you had some suspended players. Where is the roster? Is everybody back? Are you going to be down some guys? Have you made that decision yet?
The suspended players have been reinstated.
Good.
And so they will be available. Jelly has been working out with us as he has been off and on for the last few weeks. We'll have another practice today, as is typically the case in this scenario. I will meet with him tomorrow, and he'll tell me whether or not he can go, and then we'll proceed accordingly.
All right. That's good news. That is Coach Andy Kennedy. Tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, big game. Nationally ranked Florida Atlantic coming to town. UAB on a 2-game winning streak. Let's make it 3. Best of luck to you, Coach. We appreciate the time as always.
Hey, thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is Coach Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, and he joins us each week courtesy of Legacy Credit Union.
I wish Legacy would come out with a peanut butter brand or something. We've talked so much jelly in these interviews all year. We need a little PB&J there.
I know he's tired of being asked. Jelly did indicate on our talk with him, though, that he is going to – he thinks he can play. He thinks he can play. He thinks he can, but that was yesterday. I mean, a lot can change.
So it's a big one. Bartow Arena. Let's go pack the place out. That interview brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. Legacy is who you can depend on, and they've been proving it to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. If not now, then when, Jelly? If not now, then when?
Jelly.
Come on, Jelly.
Back for the big game.
If not now, then when?
He's not coming back if he doesn't come back for this one.
Oh, so if he doesn't play against FAU, we've seen the last of Jelly in a UAB uniform.
Yeah, I would think so.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I hope it doesn't end that way.
Well, I mean, we are to the point now where, 4 weeks away basically from the Conference USA tournament. You want to come back and, shake the rust off. You'd like to play one more game against the team that you'd likely would be meeting in the tournament to decide whether or not you're going to go to the big dance. It's a good time to come back.
I mean, no, absolutely it is. And, if you can be anywhere close to 100%, this team can still make the NCAA tournament. I thought you get a good gauge tonight. It's clear or tomorrow night, excuse me. It's clear Florida Atlantic is the best team in this conference. That's abundantly clear.
Yeah, there is talk by the people, the Seth Davises of the world, that remember FAU, if they're in the tournament, when you fill out your bracket, that they're a team that not only can be in the tournament but win a game or two.
I thought you were going to use the old at-large phrase there with FAU.
If they're in the tournament. So that can be at large or
I
winning the tournament.
I know, but that's what I thought you were setting up when you were saying Seth Davis and the guys are talking about that. So this is a good gauge. They're 39th in the KenPom, so I do think that's alive, by the way. 39th in the KenPom.
Absolutely.
So we'll see. That's a good gauge for UAB tomorrow night, especially if Jelly is playing.
All right. When we come back, Big 12 schedule, what we learned from that yesterday, as LT pointed out to Adam Rittenberg, one team, Oklahoma, got the shaft. Everyone else got a schedule. They got the shaft. It appears anyway. We'll talk about that Big 12 schedule, a little college football for you. Later is 4 Downs on the show that's being brought to you in part today by the great folks at the World of Wills. You got Legacy Arena tonight for the Squadron, and then we start flipping around some of the ballrooms and stuff, getting ready for the World of Wills rolling into town.
Hey, you know what happens tomorrow at noon?
Good times.
Good times, baby. J.J. Walker, and I saw something I want to ask him about. Little tease, all right? So how are Eddie Murphy, and this may be old news to you, it is new news to me, Eddie Murphy and Good Times connected? How are Eddie Murphy and Good Times connected?
He watched it as a kid.
He may have. We'll ask JJ if he's even aware of how Eddie Murphy is connected to his old show. Jimmy Walker will join us on the show at noon tomorrow of Good Times fame.
Ooh, let me guess. Can I guess?
You can, but I'm not going to tell you if you're right or not. People are going to have to tune in to see.
The bit that Eddie Murphy did on Saturday Night Live, Kill My Landlord, he came up with while watching the Good Times because he was so mad at how that JJ's family got treated.
Interesting.
In the apartment complex.
Okay.
Jim's got a valid
That's a theory.
Theory.
Just a theory.
We'll
That's
see
my
if
guess.
it's true when we talk to JJ tomorrow. 52nd Annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. It is this weekend at the BJCC, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're out there Friday, 3 o'clock with a specialty show. JJ on the show tomorrow. He'll be out there Sunday signing autographs, taking photos with you. Friday night, 6 o'clock, 30-minute performance from Thompson Square. And then the band will sign autographs. Joe and Amanda from Iron Resurrection. Rockstar has every episode on DVR. They'll be there Saturday also taking pictures and signing autographs. You can get tickets in advance right now at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts or get more info, worldofwills.net.
That's usually when one of you says, Jim, Eddie Murphy did not do Kill My Landlord on Saturday
I don't think it
Night
was
Live.
called Kill My Landlord, but he did the landlord. I know which bit you're talking about.
It might have been Kill My Landlord.
Was it called Kill My Landlord?
Maybe.
Was that what they
But it
called
was
the bit?
Eddie Murphy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Robinson's
Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood is what it came from.
But
I think that was the name of the bit.
Yeah, but I think part of it was Kill My Landlord.
Yeah, but it was Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. That's right. All right, we're back in a moment. A little Big 12 talk coming up here on the show that's brought to you by our friends at Ghost Energy Drink. Get those in the morning. 0 sugar in our Ghost Energy Drink.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, big news from our friends at Wayne's. 2023 is their 50th year in business and is their way of saying thank you to loyal customers in the communities they serve. They're offering $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. This offer is good to existing customers as they add services or new customers. This offer good through February 28th. Hey, look, Wayne's keeps all of us here on the next round pest, termite, mosquito free. They also keep our lawns looking fantastic. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES1.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Tom Brady has retired. That's the talking point everywhere across our screens down on our far wall over here. At one point, it was 3 wide of nothing but Brady up there. They seem to have started to work some other stuff in there now, but 23 years, and this time he says he's retired for good. I wonder if a little bit of that was the It's his Fox has broadcast deals with him, money waiting. I wonder if Fox was like, dude, we'd love to use you coming up a little bit for the Super Bowl since it's on Fox, and we need to know if you're with us next year or not. This deal can't wait forever. I wonder if they started pressing him on the TV deal a little bit.
I can see that. I mean, we're less than 2 weeks away from the Super Bowl, and this deal is $37.5 million per year with Fox.
And Greg Olsen is getting. I know you don't like him, Lance, and
No.
You don't like the job he does?
I'm indifferent.
You're indifferent
to that
so
crew.
Lance cannot care about it and not get criticized. But the media people have praised, a lot of football people too, have praised the work Greg Olsen did this year.
Yeah, no, I think he does a really good job, but I understand what LT is saying. He is not, he doesn't stir up any emotions.
Tony Romo does, but it's not always good.
Yeah. It was so good to start with, and then it
has faded.
It's gotten really bad.
It really has.
Really bad.
I don't know what happened to Tony
and
Romo.
I'm wondering if they're in a Jimbo Fisher-like contract with him, too, where they can't move on from him.
Yeah, it was a big one.
But it's he misses big parts of the game and gets things really, really wrong, and I don't know football. But I like Greg Olsen. I don't know the other guy's name, Kevin
Burkhardt.
Kevin Burkhardt.
I can't believe Kevin Burkhardt's about to do a Super Bowl.
I can't either, especially if you know his story. I think if you guys, I'm not saying you dislike him, but if you research his story a little bit, you would have a great, whether you like his work or not, you would respect his hustle.
No, I am shocked those two are doing a Super Bowl.
Dude has climbed his way up from the absolute bottom. He was a car salesman before becoming, he was just chasing a dream and he couldn't make ends meet, so he had to sell cars and call high school games on the side in New Jersey just to try to get discovered by somebody.
Good for him. Good for him.
It's a great story.
Looking forward to that Super Bowl coming up a week from this Sunday. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill, and then we got an update on Tua Tagovailoa.
Friends at Hemp Hill, we have got that February special coming for you right now. Again, just give me a second. I'll have this a little more ready tomorrow.
Yeah, but our friends at Hemp Hill, they give you cooling, the plumbing, the heating. They've been doing it since the 1950s. Adam and Chad, they fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they fix it at a very fair price.
They do. Right now offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. You just call Adam Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services, to make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. They can work on all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or online, hemphillservices.com.
What is the Tua update, Brown?
From Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, Tua Tagovailoa has clear concussion protocol, according to the NFL, and he has met with several medical professionals and his team, and everybody around Tua says every single one of the medical professionals are 100% confident that he is ready to play football again. So that's the update from Tua. Yep, he'll be there for preseason.
And as I just said about Tom Brady being part of Fox's Super Bowl coverage, TMZ reporting that today's announcement of retirement has caught Fox off guard. According to sources with TMZ, Fox Sports had no idea that the 7-time Super Bowl champion was calling it a career today and has no plans for Brady to be part of the network's Super Bowl coverage next week.
I see very little of the studio shows until this time of year when there are fewer games and you're kind of, just kind of forced to watch them more this time of year. During the regular season, I watch almost none of the studio shows. I was prepared not to like Gronk on those shows, and he has surprised me at how good he was for Fox. I don't know how much you watched.
I've watched him. Yeah,
I thought he did a really good job with Fox. I think Gronk might have a future there.
Yeah, it does not say whether they were threatening to change their deal or anything, but he did sign last year a 10-year, $375 million deal, as LT said, $37 million a year with Fox. So even Fox today, they were.
Oh, really?
Because most of their execs are out in L.A., so that news probably woke them up that Tom Brady had retired, and we've got to work him in. We got to get the producers on. We got to somehow fit him into the Super Bowl coming up in 2 weeks.
But Sean Payton, get him out. I mean, I thought Sean Payton was a swing and a miss. I don't know how you felt about.
Oh, Fox?
Yeah.
Oh, he was terrible. Yeah. I mean, he needs to be back in coaching. He was not good on TV.
Well, they just don't have enough room for all those guys never get to talk. I want to hear what Strahan says or what Howie says or what Jimmy Johnson says. But now, you've worked in Sean. Now you got Gronk out there.
Yeah, it's a crowded desk.
Nobody ever gets to talk. Nobody ever gets to talk.
Yeah, well, Terry's who they've built it around. I mean, he's their star.
Yeah, but you would say it's time.
I mean, I think he's probably much in the same way Romo. He's lost his fastball a little bit. I agree, but that's the guy. I mean, you try to win Terry's money. He's the number one seat. He's the guy that is right next to Kurt Menefee. I mean,
he's the butt of all the jokes.
He's the butt of all the jokes. He's probably, if I had to guess, the one that's getting paid the most. That's who they've built it around.
Paid the most because it started with him. It was such a big deal to get him, and he's just been there forever and ever. The Big 12 schedule came out yesterday, and a couple of things that jumped out to a lot of people. First, we were all looking at Oklahoma and Texas because they are eventually, sooner rather than later, leaving the Big 12 for the SEC. Oklahoma has to go play Cincinnati, and they have to go to BYU, and it bookends their Big 12 schedule. So they are going on the road to play both of them. Texas faces all 4 in-state Big 12 teams. They play them all one last time while they're in the Big 12 before they leave. And that includes going on the road to Houston, which will be a little different for Texas. They haven't done that since the Southwest Conference days. They're at Baylor, at TCU, and at Houston. But of the new teams coming in, and I'll get your thoughts on some of the Big 12 things that popped out for you, BYU gets to play both Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And you would still say they're the premier teams. They're the draw, right?
I mean, Cincinnati
they're the
went to the playoffs, obviously, but yes, I think BYU historically has had the best run.
No, I mean Texas and Oklahoma.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the new teams coming in. Yes, those are the teams I want. If I'm BYU, I go to Texas. I get Oklahoma at my place.
They get both of them. Cincinnati does not get Texas.
No, and word had already leaked out that was UCF that was playing Oklahoma, but Cincinnati it is as well. They don't get Texas. I looked at their schedule. They still play a lot of the teams that they were playing. I mean, I don't know. I just the Cincinnati schedule. I'm not fired up if I'm a Cincinnati fan about this.
UCF doesn't get Texas, and Houston doesn't get Oklahoma, but BYU gets both of those. They're the only one of the new teams that get both of those. When you looked at that, the first thing that jumped out to you thought Oklahoma got the shaft a little bit, didn't you?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, because with your Oklahoma, your Big 12 opener, they're going to send you on the road to Cincinnati, which is not a bad team at all. And then your final road game in the Big 12 is at BYU, and you follow that up by playing TCU.
Do you think an Oklahoma fan, who they think pretty highly of their program,
at Oklahoma, yeah.
Do you think they ever foresaw a situation in which they would be playing at Tulsa and at Cincinnati in consecutive Saturdays? Isn't that a weird schedule for them?
So that Tulsa thing has worked out where they've had so many home games with them, they're giving one back?
I guess so. And keep in mind, this was supposed to be the year where they played Georgia, right? This was one of the Georgia years that the SEC asked them to drop.
So maybe Tulsa's the fill-in for that game?
I don't know if that's the fill-in or not, but they've got Arkansas State, SMU, and at Tulsa are their out-of-conference games. But they play at Tulsa and at Cincinnati back-to-back games. I don't think there's an Oklahoma football fan that ever saw that happen.
And I don't think there's a BYU fan that saw what they're opening up with, which is Sam Houston and Southern Utah. BYU always played that solid 12-game schedule, not being in a conference. Now that they're in a Power 5, hey, we got to soften up this a little bit. And that's what they did.
Are you excited for the brief moment? They're sticking at 9 games. I thought it would have been interesting if they'd gone to 10 because everyone thinks these super leagues eventually will play 10 conference games. They decided to go at 9. We lose the round robin aspect of it all. But the Big 12 looks like it could be a little fun with those 4 new teams next year.
It could be.
Seems like LT likes Houston a lot. I think Houston may have a chance to upset some people next year.
I mean, it could be. I am interested in seeing if they've got controversy. Like, I don't know how all their tiebreakers are going to work, but everybody is going to this eventually. The non-round robin, non-divisional format.
That's right.
And I am interested to see if they've got big controversy on, maybe not who finishes first, but in a tie for second, they didn't play head-to-head. How big is the controversy? Because we're going to run into this when we go to this non-divisional stuff. Yeah. You're going to have teams tied for second, and you didn't play head-to-head, and there's going to have to be a tiebreaker to determine who goes to Atlanta or Indianapolis or wherever.
16 teams in the SEC with the same problem coming up very soon.
Yeah, and I just want to see if there is controversy, just how controversial it is, because it's probably a sign of things to come for a lot of conferences.
And and I don't know if this is true or not, but it seems like in the back of my head, I've either heard off the record or on the record that it would probably be decided just by the national rating, the college football playoff rankings at the time.
I mean, it's not the worst way to do it, honestly, because then that takes all your convoluted tiebreakers out of hand, but it also hands over the power of your conference to someone else, not your conference.
Well, maybe the best way to do it is have a series of tiebreakers and the last one be the rankings of the college football playoff committee instead of a coin flip.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just depends on if you're a conference. Does it benefit me to have two of my teams, my highest ranked teams playing for the conference championship? Do I think that benefits me? My conference champion is going to be guaranteed a top 4 seed if I'm the SEC, right? I mean, I'm going to get a top 4 seed for my conference champion. So the team that loses that game is still going to be in the playoffs. I don't know. I mean, I guess you just got to think through it on what it might help you with a 12-team playoff.
Even money right now, would you take a Big 12 team in the college football playoff next year?
And it's still this is the last year of 4 teams. Yep. I would bet against it, even money.
I would bet against it. We're getting conditioned to having 2 from one conference now. We've done that the last couple of years. So I would say we'll either have 1 or 2 from either the Big Ten or the SEC, or 2 from the Big Ten and 2 from the SEC.
Yeah, and then you got to throw in the ACC, the possibility of a Clemson or Florida State.
Or possibly Clemson and Florida State both making a case.
And then you look at USC out west.
Pac-12. I mean, Washington's not that far off. Oregon. I mean, you got a lot of contenders.
Yeah, Rising back
UCLA,
at
Utah.
Bo Nix back at Oregon.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Pac-12, I feel better about them even than the Big 12, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I feel better about the Pac-12 than I do the ACC.
Oh God, Clemson and Florida State are going to be up there. I don't know. That's a tough one there. I do feel better about the Pac-12 than the Big 12.
Let me say it this way.
I don't know if I'd go ACC.
You're right, because of the strength of their conference. Florida State and Clemson may not have as many losses. Their path there may be easier. Let me rephrase that. I feel like the Pac-12 champion will be better than the ACC champion. The records may not indicate that.
I can live with that.
I would feel better about the Pac-12 as a legitimate playoff team as opposed to the ACC team.
But let's not forget, not only Florida State and Clemson, but Drake May coming back at Carolina. And Carolina, for a minute until they hit November, all they had to do was win out. They would have been in.
Yeah, a long way to go on that defense. They got to fix that defense. But if you can with Drake May, you never know.
All right, that's a little Big 12 talk and their schedule out there. We will get to 4 downs coming up in the next segment. A lot of basketball happening tonight. If you want to get into those games, you can do that with our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag gets you into those games. That includes Auburn, a double-digit favorite at home?
11.5 last time I checked at MyBookie.ag was the Auburn line. I'll get you an updated line right here. Trying to repay Georgia for that loss earlier this year. 11.5 at Neville Arena, a total of 141.5. You can play that game tonight. MyBookie.ag. They listen to you. You want a unique deposit bonus that gets cash in and cash out quick for you. Well, MyBookie.ag has done that. You make a deposit with the code NEXTROUND. You get a deposit bonus. When you bet it one time, that bonus is yours. That deposit bonus is yours. There are a lot of places where you have to bet 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times maybe. Not MyBookie.ag, my friends. You bet it one time, it is yours. Coming up in the Super Bowl, you guys love those prop bets. They've got pregame, live lines, and props. Opening coin toss, link to the national anthem, color of the Gatorade dumped on the winning coach. All those things you can bet at MyBookie.ag, game MVP, things like that. MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And, of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Back with you on the next round. We'll do four downs in just a second. Alabama, a big winner last night. Auburn playing tonight. We've talked about that a couple of times on the show. Before we do our Redmond vodka information for you here, what was the one thing that impressed you the most about that Alabama team last night?
I told you guys I wanted to see them shoot better from beyond the arc. Did they do that last night?
Well, to me, I wanted to see defense because I think if they are going to get to where they need to be, it's going to be defensively. And Vanderbilt, again, they get best player back. I know it was limited minutes off the bench and Liam Robbins, but defensively, they were getting after.
They hit 19 threes last night. They hit 20 against LSU. They play LSU next. Do you think LSU was watching that game thinking, well, crap, I thought we were going to get them in a slump, but there they go again.
That looked a lot like the LSU game. Rockstar, give me cut number 2, Nate Oates last night. He said something earlier, the first soundbite we played from him in the show, how these guys were coaching each other up. The coaches didn't really have to do a whole lot, that they were talking to each other, basically coaching each other up on things they needed to improve on. Nate Oates seems like he saw a lot of positives from his guys last night.
What was the message after that loss, and how much did that message, do you think, resonated with the team tonight?
You saw the way we played. You think it resonated? Yeah, I think it resonated. And then, look, I'm not one of those guys that just comes in and loses my mind. I was more, we came in, we watched the film. After we got done watching the breakdowns and they were not pretty, and I left it up to them. Like, what's wrong? Like, what do we got to do better? It's your team. We're all going to be coaching a while. This is the only time you guys are together. Like, what do you guys want to be about? Are we there? We're not there. How do we get there? Can we get our edge back? They went through a whole list. I wrote them on the board. All right, let's be about this. Just a lot of simple things that they felt like they needed to do better, and I thought we did a lot better. So let's see if we can't keep our edge without taking losses. If we can be mature enough, we realize what works, and you continue to do what works without taking a loss.
Nate Oates last night. I like the way that he talks about that team's chemistry, what they're building and coaching themselves up in the locker room. And you guys brought this up earlier, just what Namari Burnett was able to do. He's sort of feeling his way back into the mix, into the rotation, and I thought last night was a big step.
Oh, man, look, 15 minutes off the bench, 16 points, hit 4 threes. And, if this guy, not only with the defense he plays, if he can become the perimeter threat, that's going to be a valuable weapon off the bench.
Compliment to the LSU women's team. Chris H. says LSU would be better off letting the women's team play out the rest of the men's schedule.
I think I saw that they drew the largest crowd in PMAC history.
Maybe.
Which is hard to believe.
Yeah.
Maybe they've expanded that building, but back in the Shaq days, there was that historic game when it was Loyola that came in there, right? Mm-hmm. Which is if I read that right, the women drew the largest crowd in PMAC history, which I thought was a surprise.
Yeah, their number 4 in the country was probably playing South Carolina.
I don't know, and it was like 15,187 or something like that.
They're undefeated, right?
Yeah.
So those two are the
and they've got 3 marquee NIL girls. They've got the gymnast, they've got the swimmer, and they've got, who's the basketball player that's so good?
Don't know her name, but I do know that she's very popular in NIL.
The gymnast TikTok disappeared.
Yeah, Tennessee. It was over 15,000 Monday night against Tennessee.
Yeah, the gymnast TikTok disappeared overnight, and there was like millions of followers. She's saying on Twitter she doesn't know what happened. So there are a lot of people that are trying to figure out, hey, where'd that TikTok go?
Chinese?
Chinese own the TikTok, right?
Ooh, boy, she was making a lot of money off that TikTok.
She was. So Forrester's got it, yeah. 15,001. What is that, 37?
57.
57? Can't see all the way across the room.
15,157 there in attendance for a women's game. Tennessee and LSU the other night. Angel Reese, 21 double-doubles. Thank you, Chris, for that update.
Well, that's pretty good.
The seating was reconfigured in 2015.
Okay, so that explains why, because I remember back in the Dale Brown days, they packed that joint out.
That's our Redmond sound of the game there. You heard from Nate Oates. Auburn in action tonight. Redmond Distilling, a great little cocktail as you watch the Tigers take on the Dogs.
Yeah, we're going to have some big announcements coming up, some shows we're going to be doing on the road with Redmond Vodka. Your opportunity to win Chuck's Bucks for March Madness. But Redmond Vodka, just a great vodka. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smells. Vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package, including the pink package and beverage place. Also, ABC stores. Ask for it by name. It's Redmond Vodka.
Cameron Teague covers Ohio State football. Before LT gives us 4 downs, he says Ryan Day says today he has not made a decision about play calling yet. Said he'll give Brian Hartline some time in the spring to call plays and then make a decision after the spring. So you have Jimbo who's giving it up, right, to go to Bobby Petrino.
That's right.
Ryan Day who's thinking about it.
It was Herb Street that said that. Herb Street kind of let the cat out of the bag. I feel like maybe Day told him that, and Day thought it was off the record, and Herb Street used it on the telecast.
Sounds like Dabo's completely out of the mix now with Garrett Riley.
I don't think you hire
in.
Garrett Riley and call plays.
Yeah. So some changes happening of some longtime play callers in college athletics. Interesting there. And Hugh Freeze, who met with the media earlier today, will sort of touch what he said in the final segment coming up. But we still haven't learned yet whether he's going to give the play calling up or not. If I'm an Auburn fan, I think I want him calling plays. I don't know about you guys.
I think I do, but if he's not comfortable with it,
so we'll touch on what Hugh said to the gathered media moments ago down in Auburn coming up in our final segment. But right now it's time for 4 Downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires and those 4 great locations.
Yeah, including the newest location in Pell City. Again, locally owned and operated. Great guys. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, they can handle. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
First down.
Better chance of happening next season, Colorado in a bowl game or the Broncos in the playoffs?
Colorado in a bowl game.
I think I would say that too. I don't know. I'm just looking at that division. I don't know what the Raiders are going to do. I know the Chiefs are going to be good. I know the Chargers are going to be good. It's going to be hard for them to be better than third in that division.
Yeah.
So I think I would go Colorado to a bowl, but that's a heck of a turnaround for prime time.
Both will be really disappointing if Deion, even in year 1, doesn't get to 6 wins.
Are you serious?
I think so. And then Sean Payton not getting to the postseason.
Boy,
Absolutely.
6 wins with his schedule.
Do we have a Colorado schedule yet?
I do.
Pull that up because I'd love to run through that. But, 6-6, he's bringing in some talent. So I think 6-6 possible. It's hard for me to get the Broncos to the playoffs.
See, I would go Denver to the playoffs here.
Find me 6 wins here with Colorado, all right?
Okay.
At TCU to open.
No.
Closer than the experts think, though.
Nebraska at home. At best, a toss-up.
Still a loss, closer than the experts think. Yeah.
Colorado State at home.
I'll give them a win.
All right. Hey, buckle up. Y'all ready? Here we go. At Oregon.
Loss.
USC at home.
Loss.
At Arizona State.
I'll go win.
I'll go loss.
Okay. So you got them at 2 wins. You got them at 1.
I'll keep up with 2 and 4 for me.
Stanford at home.
Win.
I'll give them a win there.
3 and 4.
Bye week at UCLA.
Loss 3 and 5.
Oregon State at home.
Loss 3 and 6.
Arizona at home.
Win 4 and 6.
Yeah, I'll go win.
At Washington State.
Loss. Upset 5 and 6.
At Utah.
Loss 5 and 7.
Even
Close.
you were more optimistic. You couldn't get them
I've
to a
got them
bowl.
4 and 8. Yeah, I
they're
think
not
the
going to a bowl.
Broncos got a good defense. If you can get Russell Wilson just a little bit back, and there were times at last year.
Okay, I'll change my mind. I'll go Broncos.
Yeah, I think I'll go Broncos looking at that schedule.
Second down.
Okay, better chance at a championship in the next 3 years. The Broncos or the LSU Tigers?
Oh, I'd go LSU.
LSU. I mean, LSU tops the National Signing Day today, but they finished the last signing period 6th in high school recruiting, and they had the #1 transfer portal class this year, and they already were pretty good last year, and they got the quarterback back. So, I mean, they will not be voted at SEC Media Days coming up in 159 days in Nashville to win the West. But they won the West last year, and they got a team back that could be better than last year's team. I'll say LSU.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if LSU won a national championship. I'm saying it wouldn't shock me. I'm not going to have them winning the national championship. But
based on your line of questioning, I guess I think Russell Wilson is more washed than you do.
Yeah, I still think he's got a little bit, and we'll see. I mean, look,
Yeah.
if Sean Payton can't get it out of him, then he ain't got it.
Third down.
Well, y'all go back and forth on Sean Payton. He's good, or Drew Brees made his career. It's back and forth.
No. I think it was a combo with he and Drew Brees. I think Sean Payton's a good offensive coach. I just think Russell Wilson's washed. I mean, I think he's lost his pop. And you can't coach that back into somebody. They've either got that or they don't.
What happens first? Houston plays for the Big 12 championship, or the Texans win a playoff game?
Houston plays for a Big 12 championship.
I think I'd go with Jim on that. After the departures to the SEC.
Because now you're talking about not just making the playoffs, you're talking about winning a playoff game. That takes a little something else. That's a little extra juice.
Like if I told you it's realistically a 3-year process just to get Houston back to the playoffs. That's not that crazy to say.
No. I think if you told Houston ownership right now that our guy Demeco Ryans could come in there and in 3 years you're in the playoff fight conversation.
Yeah, it's a win to me.
Yeah, we've come a long way, baby.
Yeah,
I think I would take the Texans to win a playoff game.
Over Houston.
If you want a good future.
Not Houston winning the Big 12, just being in the Big 12 championship game.
Yep.
We'll take that.
Okay.
So you got Texans winning a playoff. He's waiting for the lights.
Plays for the Big 12 championship. There we go.
So I got
Fourth down.
Houston playing in the Big 12 championship.
Harry Styles, 29 years old.
One of my favorite Harrys.
Ultimately,
name 2 other Harrys.
Truman.
Better career.
Connick Jr.
Connick Jr.
Harry Carey.
Oh, and
Harry
he's
and the
still
Hendersons?
Yes.
he's still one of your 2 favorite Harrys?
Huh? Oh, he's easily in the top 5.
Harry
The 5 we
Crum?
just named.
You've fallen off now.
Yes.
The Harrys.
Dirty Harry.
Dirty Harry.
Harry Kane.
Harry Callahan.
Harry Kane, yes.
Okay, so anyway, Harry Styles, 29. Ultimately, better career. Styles or Josh Allen?
Well,
Josh Allen's not Harry. Thanks to our friends at Manscaped.
What's that?
I said you got Lunsford's feathers ruffled.
Harry already has a better career than Josh Allen.
how? Lunsford,
No,
what's he done?
he does.
He's worldwide known. He's made way more money than Josh Allen has. I mean,
from One Direction, he was huge, and now he's even bigger. Josh Allen, if Josh Allen won a couple of Super Bowls, I think
what's Josh Allen actually done?
He really has done nothing.
That, to Lunsford's point, nothing. So I'm probably going to go Harry Styles.
I would go Harry Styles easily in that category.
Not even close.
Last down.
That was it. Okay.
That was it.
Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Again, 4 locations, including the newest right there in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Yeah. I mean, Harry Styles has that people wear outfits It's the only way I can describe them. I won't call them costumes, outfits to Harry Styles concerts. No, they're not men, but they're women who are dressed up in
women leave their husbands
for Harry Styles tickets, or just
no? Olivia Wilde left Ted Lasso for Harry Styles.
Yeah, I have a buddy who promised his daughter a trip to a Harry Styles concert, so they were going to see him in Chicago, and I think it got delayed by a day or something, or canceled one night because of his voice, and he was going to play the next night. So he sent the rest of the family home, and they stayed there with his daughter, paid the extra, and got the tickets for her to see Harry Styles the next day.
What's the pile of shit movie he just did?
He did two of them. He did Don't Worry, Darlings, the one he did with Olivia Wilde before he left her. And then My Policeman is the one he did where he plays like a cop in England.
Don't Worry, Darling. My daughter's seen it 3 times.
Oh, my gosh.
Sounds like she's worried about it.
It was not bad,
3
but
times.
the twist was awful, and it's not a good payoff at all.
She said it was a great movie.
Hey, will you check Haley's facts here? I trust her. Haley, great female listener.
Oh, it's 100% true.
He sold out Madison Square Garden 10 nights in a
So
row?
what he did is he did like concerts in certain areas for like a couple weeks instead of doing like a tour where like Rockstar's playing here and then there and then there. It's like
residencies.
So that's what he did in Chicago.
It basically was like 2-3 week residencies in like New York, Chicago. I don't remember where all it was, but he did a tour. He did like Love on Tour because I went to go see him in Atlanta when he was there. But then he did like Madison Square Garden, sold it out. Did I guess United Center maybe, sold it out, all that kind of stuff.
So he's already left Olivia Wilde?
Yeah, that was a whole blow up after that movie. And they've already.
But I'll tell you, man, to be able to step out and be like.
To be fair, though, Josh
He's
Allen.
out Olivia Wilde.
Yeah, Josh Allen sells out that stadium, and the weather's so bad you can't even see DeMar Hamlin's body double.
So Harry Styles, easy.
I think Haley is what we would call a Harry Styles fan.
I would agree, yes.
Well, I mean, from her avatar, she is young and attractive, so that would fall right into Harry's
Haley,
portfolio
look at this.
there.
They put up a banner in the Raptors because he broke somewhere. Haley, what is his zodiac sign? Quickly, without looking, without Googling, if you can honestly tell us that.
Don't
I'm
be
not.
jealous.
I'm just saying. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Trust me on my Harry knowledge. You want Haley on your team.
I know what it is, so I can fact check you.
Oh, no.
Only because it's mine. Only because it's mine. He has the same
Only
one as
because
me.
it's mine. You still have to know it, though.
So weird.
Yeah,
My wife's obsessed with him, so she's made me a
Your
fan.
wife?
So it's
Goose's zodiac sign's $1 sign, according to Goose.
More than Josh Allen.
Haley's
so
slow
it's-
on the trigger there.
so it's Capricorn.
No.
He's probably a Scorpio.
11 more guesses.
Which one? Which one comes after Sagittarius?
I don't know.
We just had Lunsford's birthday
Right,
last week.
it's
What month
January
are we at?
birthday. Which
Aquarius.
Aquarius.
Oh, that's Harry Styles' sign.
Oh yeah, obviously it's his birthday. Damn, we're confusing. I mean, really. I mean, it's Lunsford's birthday last week.
Aquarius
It's
goes
his
to like the
birthday.
first week of February or whatever.
Yeah. All right, one more segment to go. That was our 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, and the conversation that came from it. When we wrap things up, what Hugh Freeze had to say this afternoon talking to the media down at Auburn on National Signing Day. It is next on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Gutter Cap brings you the final segment today. Hugh Freeze speaking at the Senior Bowl, what he had to say about building the Auburn roster after LT tells us about Gutter Cap.
Yeah, keep those gutters clean and free-flowing. The answer is my friend Chris Stewart at Gutter Cap. It's a dangerous job. You don't want to get that ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. 205-823-2212 or online guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. It is Gutter Cap.
I love two things that Hugh Freeze said today. This is from AL.com, who was there in Mobile covering the Senior Bowl. One, quote, I have a certain belief in roster management and how to build a roster. Thought we got a really good mixture of young kids that we signed in high school, out of high school, and obviously the portal guys who have played a lot of football. You depend on them to play. No one gets a starting job, but you don't recruit those guys to sit around for sure. But my favorite thing he said is about the quarterback position, which we're all keep waiting for him to get a quarterback, right? He says, quote, when I watched the tapes from last year, I'm not sure if any of the quarterbacks had a fair chance sometimes.
Yikes.
They didn't get protected very well, and that starts up front. And obviously he's changed it a lot with the way he's recruited the offensive line and portal offensive line. So he didn't feel like the quarterbacks got a fair shake last year.
So that sounded at the start of it like a criticism of Brian Harsin, turned into more of a criticism about the offensive line.
Yeah, where it was. Yeah, I was wondering if it was going to be on play calling or something like that.
Like at first.
Yeah, I think it might have been a combination of both. With that said, Robbie Ashford, if he can get the accuracy down just a little bit more, he's going to be really good.
He's got a lot of tools that Hugh Freeze can use. There's no doubt.
And a chunk of the Auburn fan base that believes he can eventually be the quarterback that wins for them. We'll see what Hugh Freeze does. National Signing Day wrapping up today around the country. We're back with you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.